Welcome to the Whispering Tome.
Welcome to ancient China, specifically the tumultuous era known as the Warring States period, or Zhongguo in Chinese, spanning from 475 BCE to 221 BCE. This was one of the most transformative and violent epochs in Chinese history, a time when 7 major states fought ceaselessly for supremacy over what would eventually become a unified China. Between the years 535 and 286 BCE alone, historical records document 358 separate wars between these competing states. The landscape was one of constant military mobilization, strategic alliances that shifted like sand, and philosophical schools of thought that emerged to grapple with the chaos surrounding them. This was the age that produced Confucius, Mencius, Lao Tzu, and Sun Tzu, the legendary military strategist who wrote The Art of War. The 7 major powers dominating this period were Qi, Chu, Qin, Wei, Han, Yan, and Zhao, collectively known as the 7 Warring States, or Zhongguo Qixiang, literally meaning 7 hegemonals among the warring states. Each controlled vast territories and fielded armies that numbered in the hundreds of thousands. The state of Qin alone is reported to have commanded 1 million infantry soldiers, 1,000 chariots, and 10,000 horses. While modern scholars debate whether these numbers were exaggerated, they nonetheless illustrate the unprecedented scale of warfare during this period. But this script is not primarily about kings, emperors, or famous generals. Instead, we will follow someone far more representative of the period's military and social transformation, a member of the Shi Class, the warrior scholars who formed the backbone of warring state society and military organization. Who were the Shi? The Shi, pronounced Shi, represented one of the most fascinating social classes in ancient Chinese history. The character, Shi, originally depicted a warrior or knight, but by the Warring States period, it had evolved to a unique synthesis of martial prowess and scholarly cultivation that has no perfect parallel in Western history. Think of the Shi as similar to European knights in their social status and military function, yet simultaneously comparable to Western clergy in their expected scholarly achievements and moral authority. They were warrior scholars, men trained equally in the arts of war and the classics of literature, ritual, and philosophy. This dual identity was not seen as contradictory, but rather as complementary aspects of an idealized manhood. During the Western Zhou dynasty, which preceded this era, the Shi class operated within a rigid hereditary clan system. One's status as Shi was determined entirely by birth. However, the spring and autumn period, and especially the Warring States period, saw a revolutionary transformation. The definition of Shi changed from being based on kinship and bloodline to being based on knowledge, expertise, training, and moral character. This shift was profound. For the first time in Chinese history, men could become Shi not through noble birth, but through their own efforts in education and military training. Confucius himself, born into a Shi family that had fallen on hard times, championed this meritocratic ideal. He famously opened his school to students from various social backgrounds, breaking the monopoly that the aristocracy had held on education. The philosopher Mencius further refined the understanding of the Shi class, dividing them into 3 hierarchical ranks: Shi of the 1st degree, 2nd degree, and 3rd degree. This created a system of 6 official grades when combined with the positions of emperor, minister, and counselor above them. The military revolution. The Warring States period witnessed a complete transformation in Chinese warfare. Gone were the days when aristocratic chariot warfare dominated the battlefield, with noble warriors engaging in ritualized combat governed by codes of chivalry. The new warfare was brutal, pragmatic, and conducted on a scale previously unimaginable. The introduction of iron weapons revolutionized combat. Iron swords, measuring 80 to 100 centimeters in length, began appearing in the states of Chu, Han, and Yan during the mid-Warring States period. These iron blades were far superior to the bronze weapons of earlier eras. By the end of the 3rd century BCE, Chinese metalworkers had mastered the technique of producing quench-hardened steel swords, relegating bronze weapons to purely ceremonial roles. The double-edged Jian sword became the weapon of choice for warriors who could afford such fine craftsmanship. States like Wu, Ye, and Chu in southern China became famous for their sword-making expertise. Legendary smiths like Oyezi forged treasured swords with names like Zhanlu, the Black, and Yucheng, the Fishbelly, blades said to possess near-magical properties. Equally important were polearms. The ge, or dagger axe, had been China's primary infantry weapon for centuries, consisting of a bronze blade mounted perpendicular to a shaft, measuring 0.9 to 1.8 meters long. But by the 4th century BCE, the ge evolved into the ji, or halberd, by adding a spearhead to create a more versatile weapon. The qiang spear, ranging from 2.8 to 5.5 meters in length, became the king of battlefield weapons, dominating mass infantry formations. Crossbows represented perhaps the most significant technological innovation. Archaeological evidence dates their use in China to the 6th century BCE, and by the Warring States period, they had become standard equipment for infantry. A well-made crossbow could penetrate armor at ranges impossible for traditional bows, and required far less training to use effectively. Elite units like the armored crossbowmen of Chu were renowned for their endurance and lethal effectiveness. The state of Wei developed an elite force known as the Wei Wozu, or Warriors of Wei, who exemplified the new professional standards. According to the Confucian philosopher Xunzi, these soldiers were required to march 100 li, approximately 41.6 kilometers, in a single day while wearing heavy armor, carrying a helmet, wielding a halberd and swords, bearing a crossbow with 50 bolts, and hauling 3 days' worth of rations. Any soldier who met these grueling standards earned exemption from corvée labor obligations for their entire family, along with special tax benefits on land and housing. Social transformation. As warfare evolved, so too did society. The old aristocratic order, where birth determined one's military and social standing, crumbled under the demands of constant warfare. States needed competent administrators, skilled tacticians, and trained soldiers, not merely well-born nobles who knew chariot rituals. This created unprecedented opportunities for talented individuals from the Shi class and even below. The 4 lords of the Warring States, Lord Mengchang of Qi, Lord Pingwen of Zhao, Lord Xinling of Wei, and Lord Chunshen of Chu, all maintained large retinues of talented men regardless of their backgrounds. These retinues sometimes numbered in the thousands and included everyone from learned scholars and military tacticians to skilled thieves and assassins. One famous anecdote illustrates this perfectly. When Lord Mengcheng was imprisoned by the King of Qin, one of his retainers, a skilled thief, disguised himself as a dog, infiltrated the royal treasury, and stole back a valuable fox fur coat that Lord Mengcheng had gifted to the king. This coat was then given to the king's concubine in exchange for securing Lord Mengcheng's release. Later, when fleeing Qin territory, another retainer, who could perfectly imitate a rooster's crow, fooled the guards at Honggu Pass into opening the gates before dawn, allowing Lord Mengcheng's party to escape. Education became increasingly valued, a pathway to advancement. Schools proliferated, teaching not only military skills, but also literacy, mathematics, history, and philosophy. The 6 arts became the standard curriculum for aspiring Shi: ritual property, music, archery, chariot driving, calligraphy, and arithmetic. However, by the Middle Warring States period, chariot driving was declining in military importance, replaced by cavalry and infantry tactics. The 100 schools of thought. The chaos and suffering of the Warring States period sparked an unprecedented intellectual flowering known as the 100 schools of thought. Thinkers from diverse philosophical traditions debated fundamental questions about human nature, proper governance, moral behavior, and the path to peace. Confucianism, founded by Confucius and later elaborated by Mencius and Xunzi, emphasized moral self-cultivation, ritual property, filial piety, and governance through virtuous example rather than harsh laws. Confucians believed that if rulers and officials exemplified Ren, benevolence, and Li, ritual property, the common people would naturally follow their example and society would achieve harmony. Taoism, associated with Lao Tzu and Zhuangzi, took a very different approach. Taoists advocated living simply in accordance with the Tao, the way, which they understood as the natural patterns and rhythms of the universe. They were skeptical of Confucian rituals and moral teachings, arguing instead for wu wei, non-action or effortless action, allowing things to unfold naturally rather than forcing artificial order. Legalism, formulated by thinkers like Shang Yang and Han Feizi, represented the most radical departure from traditional thought. Legalists argued that human beings were inherently selfish and could only be governed through clearly codified laws backed by harsh punishments and generous rewards. They advocated for absolute state power, meritocratic promotion based solely on achievement in agriculture and warfare, and the suppression of useless pursuits like philosophy and literature. Mohism, founded by Mozi, preached a doctrine of universal love and opposition to aggressive warfare. Mohists were also brilliant engineers and developed sophisticated techniques for defensive warfare, hiring themselves out to states under attack. These competing philosophies profoundly influenced the Shi class. Many Shi studied under various teachers, absorbing elements from different schools. A warrior scholar might practice Confucian rituals, appreciate Taoist poetry, and pragmatically apply legalist principles in his administrative duties. Part 1. Dawn, the warrior's morning. Before sunrise, the hour of the tiger, 3 a.m. to 5 a.m. Our subject awakens in the pre-dawn darkness of the hour of the tiger, named for the time when these powerful predators were traditionally believed to prowl. His name is Li Zhong, a 32-year-old Shi warrior in service to the state of Zhao, stationed at a military garrison near the northern border, where Zhao frequently contends with raids from nomadic tribes and incursions from the rival state of Yan. Li Zhong's modest quarters reflect his middling rank within the Shi hierarchy. He is neither a high-ranking commander who enjoys the luxury of a private compound, nor a lowly conscripted foot soldier crowded into communal barracks. As a Shi of the second degree, he occupies a small but private room in the officers' quarters, its walls made of rammed earth covered with simple plaster, its floor packed dirt covered with woven mats. The room is sparsely furnished by modern standards, but represents comfortable living for its era. In one corner sits a low wooden platform that serves as his bed, covered with layers of hemp cloth stuffed with dried grass to create a mattress. A single cotton-stuffed quilt provides warmth against the chill of early morning. Cotton, recently introduced to northern China from the western regions, remains expensive, and Li Zhong's possession of a cotton quilt marks him as a man of some means. Against the opposite wall stands a simple wooden chest containing his clothing, personal effects, and writing materials. Hanging on wooden pegs are his armor, helmet, and weapons, positioned so that he can don them quickly in case of emergency. A small clay oil lamp sits on a low table, its wick burning weakly with vegetable oil, providing barely enough light to see by. Li Zhong's internal clock, trained through years of military discipline and regulated by the garrison's drum beats, awakens him without need for external prompting. The pre-dawn darkness is profound, broken only by the faint glow of his lamp and the stars visible through the paper-covered window lattice. He sits up slowly, mindful of the stiffness in his left shoulder, a lingering consequence of a spear thrust that nearly killed him 3 years ago during a border skirmish with Yan forces. The wound healed cleanly thanks to the garrison's medical officer, a learned man trained in the emerging theories of traditional Chinese medicine, but it still aches in cold weather. Such is the price of a warrior's life. Morning ablutions and dressing. Li Zhong rises from his sleeping platform and performs a series of gentle stretching exercises, movements derived from the breathing and body cultivation practices taught by Taoist practitioners. These exercises, which will later evolve into formal systems like Qigong and Tai Chi, are already recognized for their value in maintaining health and combat readiness. He moves through the form slowly, focusing on his breath, feeling his qi, his vital energy, begin to circulate through his body as he awakens. After 10 minutes of stretching, he pours water from a ceramic jug into a wooden basin and performs his morning ablutions. The water is cold, drawn the previous evening from the garrison's well. He splashes his face, wipes his hands, and uses a thin wooden stick frayed at one end as a primitive toothbrush, scrubbing his teeth with salt to clean them. Dental hygiene is considered important, though the techniques are rudimentary by modern standards. Next comes the process of dressing. His basic undergarments consist of a simple loincloth and a hemp tunic that reaches to his thighs. Over this, he dons a longer robe made of hemp cloth in a dark color, practical for military life as it hides stains and is easily replaced. The robe is secured with a leather belt at the waist. His trousers, also made of hemp, are loose-fitting and gathered at the ankles, designed for ease of movement, for durability and traction. Li Zhong's clothing is functional rather than decorative. Sumptuary laws dictate what different classes may wear, and Shi are forbidden from wearing the elaborate silk robes and bright colors reserved for higher nobility. However, as a member of the educated warrior class, he is permitted to wear better quality clothing than common conscripts. His hemp cloth is finely woven, his belt is genuine leather rather than rope, and his boots are properly made rather than crude wrappings. The ritual of morning observances. Before leaving his quarters, Li Zhong performs a brief but important ritual. From a shelf on the wall, he takes down a small wooden tablet inscribed with his father's name and dates of birth and death. His father, also a Shi warrior, died 10 years ago of a fever contracted during a campaign against Qi. This ancestral tablet represents Li Zhong's connection to his lineage and his obligation of filial piety. He places the tablet on the table, lights a stick of incense, and performs 3 deep bows, his forehead touching the ground in the ritual kowtow. As the fragrant smoke rises, he silently reports to his father's spirit, informing him of his continued service and his determination to bring honor to the family name. This practice, rooted in ancient Chinese ancestor worship and formalized by Confucian teaching, is performed by Shi warriors throughout China each morning. The ritual is brief but profound. For Li Zhong, it serves multiple purposes. It reinforces his sense of identity and continuity with past generations. It reminds him of his father's example and teachings. It provides psychological structure and meaning to his existence. And it connects him to the broader social fabric of filial piety and family loyalty that Confucian philosophy teaches is the foundation of all social order. After completing his observances, Li Zhong carefully returns the tablet to its place, ensures his room is orderly, and prepares to face the day. Military discipline demands that personal quarters be kept clean and organized at all times, reflecting the orderliness that a warrior should cultivate in his mind and spirit. Gathering for morning assembly. As the first hints of gray light begin to appear in the eastern sky, Li Zhong exits his quarters and makes his way across the Garrison compound toward the assembly ground. The Garrison is beginning to stir. In the barracks where common soldiers sleep in groups of 20 or more per room, men are rising, dressing, and preparing for the day's duties. The Garrison itself is a substantial fortification. Its outer walls, built of rammed earth faced with brick, rise 6 meters high and are thick enough that 2 men can walk abreast along the top. Guard towers at each corner provide elevated positions for sentries. The main gate, made of heavy timber reinforced with iron bands, is closed at night and opened at dawn after proper verification protocols. Within the walls, the garrison is organized with military precision. The barracks for common soldiers occupy one quadrant. The officers' quarters, where Li Zhong lives, occupy another. A third area contains storehouses for grain, weapons, armor, and other military supplies. The fourth quadrant holds the commandant's residence, the administrative buildings, stables for horses, and workshops for blacksmiths, armorers, and fletchers who maintain the garrison's weapons and equipment. In the center of the compound stands the assembly ground, a large open area of packed earth where troops gather for morning roll call, training, announcements, and ceremonies. A raised platform at one end provides a place for officers to address the assembled men. As Li Zhong arrives, several hundred soldiers are already forming up in their designated units. The organization follows the decimal system standardized across most warring states' militaries. 5 men form a basic squad called a wu. 2 wu form a shi of 10 men. 5 shi form a platoon of 50 called a liang. 2 liang form a 100-man company called a zhu. 5 zhu form a battalion of 500, and so on through larger formations. Li Zhong's position is as a squad leader for a Zhu of 100 men, specifically commanding 5 Shi of 50 crossbowmen. This places him in a position of some authority, responsible for the training, discipline, and combat readiness of his men. He takes his place at the front of his formation, standing at attention as his soldiers file into their positions behind him. The morning is cold. Early autumn in this northern region brings crisp temperatures, and the soldier's breath creates small clouds of vapor in the pre-dawn air. But the men stand silently at attention, years of training having inculcated the discipline necessary for military life. Any talking, fidgeting, or break in formation would result in immediate punishment. As the sky gradually lightens, a drum begins to beat from the commandant's building. Its rhythm is precise, authoritative, commanding attention. At the sound of the drum, all movement in the garrison ceases. Even soldiers still making their way to assembly double their pace to reach their formations before the final beats. The commandant's morning address. The garrison commandant, a grizzled veteran in his 50s named Zhao, emerges from his residence and strides toward the platform. Despite his age, he moves with the confidence and physical presence of a lifelong warrior. He wears armor even for this routine morning assembly, a practice he maintains to remind both himself and his men that they are always on a war footing. Zhao ascends the platform and surveys the assembled troops with the practiced eye of an experienced commander. He sees approximately 800 men under arms, divided into their respective units: infantry with spears and shields, crossbowmen, cavalry, and a small unit of elite armored soldiers. The garrison is not at full strength. A significant detachment is currently on patrol along the border, and another group is escorting a supply convoy. This is normal for frontier garrisons, which must maintain constant vigilance against both external threats and internal unrest. The commandant begins his address in a voice trained to carry across the assembly ground without shouting. This is another aspect of the warrior's training, learning to project one's voice with authority and clarity. Officers and soldiers of Zhao, the hour of the rabbit approaches, and with it the duties of another day. You stand here as guardians of our state's northern border, the shield that protects our people from those who would do them harm. Yesterday's patrols reported signs of nomadic horsemen 20 li to the northeast. Whether they are raiders or merely hunters remains unclear, but we will maintain heightened vigilance. He continues, outlining the day's duty assignments. Certain units will conduct training exercises, others will perform maintenance on the walls and fortifications. Patrol schedules are announced. Soldiers assigned to gather firewood or forage for the garrison's horses are identified. Administrative tasks, from updating inventory records to inspecting weapons, are delegated to appropriate personnel. The state of Zhao faces threats from all directions, Zhao reminds them. To the south, Wei presses our borders. To the east, Qi schemes and plots. To the north, barbarian horsemen raid our settlements. We are few, but we are disciplined. We are trained. We are warriors of Zhao, and we will not fail in our duty. This kind of rhetoric is standard in military addresses throughout the Warring States period. Commanders constantly emphasize themes of loyalty to state, martial discipline, and the warrior's duty to protect the people. Such speeches serve to maintain morale and reinforce the ideological framework that gives meaning to the hardships of military life. The commandant concludes with a reminder of the rewards for faithful service. Those who distinguish themselves in combat will be promoted according to merit, and their families will receive land grants and tax exemptions. Those who show cowardice or flee from battle will face execution, and their families will suffer shame. This is the law of our state, established by the reforms of Duke Wuling. Do your duty, and prosperity awaits. Fail in your duty, and face the consequences. This reference to Duke Wuling and his reforms is significant. King Wuling of Zhao, who reigned from 325 to 299 BCE, implemented dramatic military reforms that transformed Zhao into a military power. Most famously, he adopted the military practices of nomadic peoples, including cavalry warfare and the wearing of trousers and shorter tunics rather than the traditional long robes of Chinese civilization. This Hu clothing reform was initially controversial, seen by conservatives as an abandonment of civilized values, but it proved militarily effective. After the commandant's address, the company commanders, battalion commanders, and other officers receive more detailed instructions. Li Zhong and his fellow squad leaders listen carefully as their company commander outlines the day's training schedule. The crossbowmen will spend the morning practicing shooting accuracy at various ranges. The afternoon will be devoted to maintenance of their weapons and equipment, followed by a forced march in full kit to maintain physical conditioning. Breaking fast. With morning assembly concluded and assignments given, the soldiers are dismissed to their morning meal. The garrison maintains a communal dining hall for common soldiers, while officers typically eat separately in a smaller facility or, in some cases, in their own quarters if they have servants to prepare food. Li Zhong makes his way to the officers' mess, a modest building with several low tables where Shi and higher-ranking officers take their meals. He is greeted by several fellow officers, men he has served alongside for years. They exchange brief morning pleasantries, inquiring about each other's health and family news, but the atmosphere is businesslike. This is not a social gathering, but a functional necessity. The morning meal is simple but sufficient. A servant brings a wooden bowl containing millet porridge, the staple food of northern China. The porridge is thick and warm, seasoned with a small amount of salt and some preserved vegetables. Alongside this is a small portion of steamed bread made from wheat flour, a sign that the garrison is reasonably well supplied, as wheat is considered more refined than millet. To drink, Li Zhong has hot water, served in a ceramic cup. Tea has been discovered and is gaining popularity among the educated classes, but it remains expensive, and the garrison does not provide it as standard rations. Officers who wish to drink tea must purchase it with their own funds. The food is plain but nutritious. Military dietitians of the era, operating on theories derived from traditional Chinese medical philosophy, understand the importance of maintaining soldiers' health through proper nutrition. The military treatise, Methods of the Sima, written during this period, discusses proper provisioning of troops, noting that soldiers should receive adequate grain rations, supplemented with vegetables and occasionally meat to maintain their strength. However, the reality often falls short of the ideal. Meat is expensive, and garrison budgets are limited. Common soldiers typically eat meat only on festival days or after successful military campaigns when captured livestock can supplement rations. Officers like Li Zhong fare somewhat better, receiving occasional small portions of pork or mutton, but even they cannot expect meat daily. As Li Zhong eats, he listens to the conversation around him. Two officers are discussing reports from the capital of Zhao, the city of Handan. Political intrigue is a constant concern. Rival factions at court compete for the king's favor, and their conflicts ripple outward to affect provincial garrisons like this one. Patronage networks determine promotions, assignments, and resource allocations. Another officer mentions recent philosophical debates he has heard about. A traveling scholar, claiming to follow the teachings of Mozi, recently passed through a nearby town, arguing that aggressive warfare is immoral and that states should focus only on defense. This Mohist preaching is controversial in military circles. Some officers find the emphasis on defensive tactics interesting from a technical standpoint, even if they reject the moral absolutism. Others see it as dangerously naive in an era where conquest is the path to survival and power. Li Zhong listens but says little. He has learned that speaking too freely about philosophy or politics can create problems. In his younger years, he studied under a Confucian teacher and absorbed ideas about virtuous governance and the importance of ritual propriety. But he also serves a state that increasingly embraces legalist principles, rewarding military achievement and agricultural productivity while suppressing other forms of scholarship. Navigating between these competing ideologies requires discretion. The meal concludes quickly. Officers in a military garrison do not linger over food. As soon as he finishes eating, Li Zhong returns his bowl and cup to the servants who manage the mess hall, then heads out to begin his day's duties. Conversations among warriors. Have you heard the latest from the southern border? Chen Hu, the cavalry officer, asks as he sets down his cup. A messenger arrived yesterday. Our forces clashed with Qin troops near the mountain passes. We lost 50 men. The table falls silent. Qin has been growing increasingly aggressive in recent years, and everyone knows that the state of Zhao faces serious pressure from multiple directions. Wei Jiang responds grimly. Qin grows stronger every year. Their legalist reforms have created a military machine unlike anything we've seen. Every victory brings them more resources, more land, more soldiers. If this continues... He doesn't finish the sentence. He doesn't need to. Everyone at the table understands the implication. In an era of constant warfare, states that fail to keep pace militarily simply cease to exist, absorbed by their stronger neighbors. Chen Hu steers the conversation in a different direction. My cavalry squadron needs new horses. The mounts we received last year are adequate for patrolling, but they lack the speed and endurance we would need in a sustained campaign. I've requested permission to purchase better stock from the northern tribes, but the garrison budget is stretched thin. This touches on a critical issue for Chinese states during the Warring States period, the horse problem. Native Chinese horses, bred from herds on the northeastern plains, tend to be small, sturdy animals well-suited for agricultural work but inferior for military purposes compared to the larger, faster breeds possessed by nomadic peoples. King Wuling of Zhao had recognized this reality decades earlier when he implemented his famous Hu clothing reforms around 307 BCE, adopting nomadic cavalry tactics and even requiring his soldiers to wear trousers and shorter tunics in the style of the northern barbarians. This was controversial at the time, seen by conservatives as abandoning civilized Chinese customs, but it proved militarily effective. Cavalry could serve as scouts, raiders, disrupt enemy formations, and make sudden strikes at unexpected places, providing tactical flexibility that chariots could not match. Dong Ming, the infantry commander, interjects with his own concerns. Cavalry is useful, but infantry remains the backbone of any army. My men need better armor. Too many are still wearing leather or padded cloth protection. If we face Qin's armored infantry again, we'll be at a severe disadvantage. The conversation reflects the realities of military life during this period. Officers constantly grapple with resource limitations, equipment shortages, and the pressure to maintain combat readiness against multiple threats. The decentralized nature of Chinese states means that individual garrisons must often be self-sufficient, unable to rely on rapid reinforcement from central authorities. Li Zhong finally speaks up. The crossbow gives us an advantage at range. If we can maintain disciplined formations and use our missile troops effectively, we can inflict casualties on enemy forces before they close to melee range. But this requires training, which requires time, which we often lack when recruits arrive just weeks before being thrown into battle. This observation highlights another challenge, the constant demand for manpower. Warring states' armies numbered in the hundreds of thousands, far larger than in previous eras. Before 500 BCE, Chinese field armies numbered in the tens of thousands, but by 300 BCE, armies regularly included up to a couple of 100,000 drafted soldiers. Maintaining such forces required constant recruitment and rapid training of peasant conscripts, who often lacked the years of martial cultivation that characterized the traditional Shi warrior class. The meal ends, and the officers disperse to their afternoon duties, each carrying the weight of their responsibilities and the knowledge that war could come at any moment. Part 2. Morning, Training and Discipline. The Martial Courtyard, Weapons Training. The morning sun has fully risen by the time Li Zhong reaches the garrison's main training ground. This expansive area, located within the protective walls of the fort, serves as the primary space for martial instruction and physical conditioning. The ground has been packed hard through years of use, its surface deliberately kept level and free of vegetation to provide stable footing for combat training. Along one side of the training ground stands the weapons rack, a long wooden structure holding dozens of practice weapons. These include wooden mock swords and daggers for close combat training, practice spears with blunted tips, training staffs, and special practice crossbows designed to shoot blunted bolts that can hit targets or even sparring partners without causing serious injury. Li Zhong's specific responsibility this morning is to oversee the crossbow training of his 50-man unit. The crossbow, or nu in Chinese, has revolutionized warfare during the Warring States period. Unlike the composite bow, which requires years of training to use effectively and tremendous physical strength to draw, the crossbow can be mastered relatively quickly. A peasant conscript can be trained to acceptable competency with a crossbow in a matter of weeks, though true mastery takes much longer. His soldiers are already assembled when he arrives, standing in formation. They represent a cross-section of Zhao society. Some are hereditary soldiers from military families, following in their father's footsteps. Others are recently recruited peasants, drafted into service as the demands of constant warfare require ever larger armies. A few are men who volunteered for military service, seeking adventure, advancement, or escape from their previous lives. Li Zhong begins the training session with inspection. He walks slowly along the ranks, examining each soldier's equipment. This is not mere formality, but essential military discipline. He checks that each man has his assigned crossbow in proper working condition. He examines the triggers, ensuring they release smoothly. He tests the tension of the bowstrings, which must be neither too loose nor too tight. He inspects the stocks for cracks or damage that could cause catastrophic failure in combat. He also checks the soldiers' bolts, the ammunition for crossbows. Each man carries a quiver containing 50 bolts, the standard loadout for a crossbowman. The bolts are expensive to produce, requiring skilled fletchers to craft straight, balanced shafts tipped with iron points and fletched with feathers for stability in flight. Losing or damaging bolts carelessly results in punishment, as the garrison cannot afford wasteful soldiers. One young recruit, barely 18 years old, has failed to properly oil his crossbow trigger mechanism. Li Zhong demonstrates the issue, showing how the trigger sticks rather than releasing smoothly. In battle, this delay could cost your life and the lives of your comrades, he explains sternly. After today's training, you will strip and clean your weapon completely. I will inspect it again this evening. If it is not perfect, you will spend the night performing extra guard duty. Do you understand? Yes, squad leader, the young man responds, shame and fear evident in his voice. This mixture of instruction and discipline exemplifies Li Zhao's approach to leadership, informed by his Confucian education. The ancient philosopher taught that a superior man leads through example and correction, showing subordinates the right way rather than merely punishing failure. At the same time, military necessity demands discipline, and Li Zhong knows that leniency can lead to disaster in combat. Crossbow mechanics and technique. With inspection complete, Li Zhong begins the actual training. He starts with a demonstration of proper crossbow technique, a lesson he has given countless times but never takes for granted. Repetition is the foundation of military skill. He holds up his own crossbow, a finely crafted weapon that is both military tool and personal possession. Unlike the standardized weapons issued to common soldiers, officers often carry weapons of superior quality, purchased with their own funds or received as rewards for distinguished service. The crossbow, Li Zhong begins, his voice carrying clearly across the formation, is divided into 3 essential parts: the stock, the bow, and the trigger mechanism. Understanding each is necessary for proper use and maintenance. He demonstrates the stock, the wooden body of the weapon carved from a single piece of hardwood, preferably mulberry or elm for their strength and flexibility. The stock is shaped to rest against the shoulder for stability when aiming. A groove runs along its top surface, providing a channel for the bolt to rest in before firing. The bow itself, mounted perpendicular to the stock, is made of composite materials, layers of wood, horn, and sinew, bound together and shaped through a complex manufacturing process. The most powerful military crossbows generate tremendous force. capable of penetrating armor at ranges of 100 to 200 meters. However, this power requires a strength beyond what human arms can achieve through normal drawing. This is why we use the stirrup, Li Zhong explains, indicating the metal loop attached to the front of the crossbow. To load his weapon, he places his foot in this stirrup, bracing the crossbow against the ground. Using his entire body weight and leg strength, he pulls the string back until it catches in the trigger mechanism with an audible click. Only with this mechanical advantage can the powerful bow be drawn. Once drawn, the crossbow is loaded by placing a bolt in the groove atop the stock. The weapon is now ready to fire. Li Zhong demonstrates the aiming process, bringing the stock to his shoulder and sighting down the length of the weapon toward a target, a straw-stuffed dummy positioned 50 meters away. Breath control is essential, he instructs. Inhale slowly, exhale halfway, and hold. Squeeze the trigger smoothly, do not jerk it. The weapon should fire almost as a surprise. He suits action to words. The crossbow twangs with a sharp sound as the string is released, and the bolt flies in a flat trajectory to strike the dummy squarely in the chest area. The soldiers nod appreciatively, though they have seen their commander make such shots hundreds of times. Range practice and skill development. The soldiers then move to the firing line, a designated area where they will practice shooting at targets arranged at various distances. The training progresses systematically, beginning with close-range targets at 30 meters, then advancing to 50 meters, 70 meters, and finally 100 meters. This graduated approach allows soldiers to build confidence while developing muscle memory for the proper shooting stance and technique. The targets themselves are varied to simulate different battlefield situations. Some are stationary dummies, stuffed with straw and dressed in old armor, representing enemy infantry. Others are mounted on wooden frames that can be pulled by ropes to simulate moving targets. A few are positioned at elevated angles, teaching soldiers how to adjust their aim when shooting uphill or downhill, a critical skill in China's mountainous terrain. Li Zhong walks behind the firing line, observing each soldier's technique. He corrects a soldier who is leaning backward, throwing off his balance. He adjusts another's grip on the crossbow stock. He reminds a third to focus on smooth trigger control rather than anticipating the shot. This kind of individual instruction is time-consuming, but it is essential for developing competent soldiers. The accuracy standards are demanding. At 50 meters, a competent crossbowman should be able to hit a man-sized target at least 7 times out of 10 shots. At 100 meters, the standard drops to 5 out of 10, accounting for the increased difficulty. Soldiers who consistently fail to meet these standards receive extra training, or if they prove truly incapable, may be reassigned to other duties where their skills can be better utilized. The crack and twang of crossbows fills the training ground for the next 2 hours. Bolts fly through the air, most striking their intended targets, some missing and requiring retrieval. The soldiers work up a sweat despite the cool morning air, the physical exertion of repeatedly drawing and firing their weapons providing significant exercise. Modern people often underestimate the physical demands of pre-modern warfare. Drawing a military crossbow, even with the stirrup mechanism, requires considerable leg and back strength. Doing this repeatedly for hours builds muscular endurance. Holding the weapon steady while aiming exercises the shoulders and arms. The weight of armor, weapons, and equipment during actual combat adds another layer of physical challenge. Between shooting exercises, Li Zhong has his men practice loading speed. In battle, the rate of fire can be as important as accuracy. A crossbowman who can load and fire 6 times while his enemy loads and fires 4 times has a significant advantage. The soldiers drill on the loading sequence: foot in stirrup, draw string, place bolt, shoulder weapon, aim, fire. Repeat, repeat, repeat. The fastest soldiers in Li Zhong's unit can complete this cycle in approximately 15 to 20 seconds. This may seem slow compared to modern weapons, but in the context of ancient warfare, it represents formidable firepower. A unit of 50 crossbowmen firing in volleys can rain 250 bolts onto an enemy formation in less than 2 minutes, creating devastating casualties before close combat even begins. understanding crossbow tactics and formation fighting. As the morning progresses, Li Zhong transitions from individual shooting practice to unit tactics. The soldiers are arranged in a formation of 5 ranks, 10 men per rank. This formation reflects the standard tactical deployment for crossbow units throughout the Warring States period. The front rank will advance to the firing line. Li Zhong commands, "Load your weapons and prepare to fire on my command. All other ranks observe." The 10 men in the front rank move forward, draw their crossbows, and load them. They sight on targets positioned 100 meters away, straw dummies representing an enemy infantry formation. First rank, fire. 10 crossbows discharge almost simultaneously. The volley sends bolts streaking toward the targets, most finding their marks. Even as these bolts fly, Li Zhong is already giving his next command. First rank, withdraw to reload. Second rank, advance and fire. The first rank soldiers quickly move backward while beginning the reload process. The second rank steps forward, already having drawn and loaded their weapons while the first rank was firing. They take aim and fire on command, maintaining continuous fire pressure on the enemy. This drill continues through all 5 ranks. By the time the 5th rank has fired, the first rank has completed reloading and is ready to step forward again. The result is a continuous volley system that maximizes sustained firepower while minimizing the vulnerability period when weapons are unloaded. This is how we survive on the battlefield, Li Zhong explains as the drill concludes. Individually, you are vulnerable while reloading. As a unit, you are never without loaded weapons ready to fire. Your survival depends on your comrades, and their survival depends on you. We fight as one body, not as 50 individuals. This emphasis on unit cohesion and mutual dependence is fundamental to Warring States military doctrine. The great military philosopher, Sun Tzu, whose treatise, The Art of War, was already influential by this period, emphasized that victory comes not from individual heroics, but from coordination, discipline, and the integration of different military components into a unified fighting force. Li Zhong also drills his unit on responding to various tactical situations. What if enemy cavalry appears on the flank? The formation must wheel to face the new threat while maintaining firing discipline. What if enemy infantry closes to melee range before the crossbowmen can withdraw? Each soldier carries a short sword or dagger as a secondary weapon and must know when to abandon the crossbow and draw steel. The training also includes coordination with other units. Infantry with shields and spears practice protecting crossbowmen from enemy missiles and cavalry charges. Li Zhong's crossbowmen practice firing over the heads of friendly infantry to strike enemy formations beyond. These combined arms exercises develop the mutual understanding necessary for complex battlefield maneuvers. Physical conditioning and martial arts. After 2 hours of intensive crossbow training, Li Zhong gives his men a brief rest period. The soldiers gratefully set down their weapons, drink water from clay jars positioned around the training ground, and catch their breath. Some sit in the shade of the barracks buildings, others remain standing and stretch their muscles. Li Zhong himself does not rest. He moves to another section of the training ground where several officers are engaged in personal weapons training. Here, away from the common soldiers, the Shi Class practices the more refined martial arts that distinguish warrior scholars from ordinary fighters. His training partner this morning is Wei Zhang, a fellow Shi officer of similar rank and age. The 2 men have known each other for years, having served together in multiple campaigns. Their relationship combines professional respect, personal friendship, and healthy competitive rivalry, each pushing the other to improve. They begin with the Jin, the straight, double-edged sword that is the signature weapon of the Shi Class. These are practice weapons, made of wood, shaped and weighted to approximate real swords, allowing full contact sparring without lethal risk. Serious injuries can still occur, but they are far less likely than with actual steel blades. The 2 men face each other, swords held in a middle guard position. They bow formally, a gesture of mutual respect required before any training bout. Then they begin. The swordplay is not the wild slashing and hacking that untrained imaginations might conjure. Instead, it is measured, controlled, and highly technical. Li Zhong advances with a probing thrust aimed at Wei Zhong's center. Wei Zhong deflects it with a circular parry and counters with a diagonal cut toward Li Zhong's shoulder. Li Zhong steps back and outside the line of attack, then riposts with a thrust at Wei Zhong's extended arm. The exchange continues for several minutes, each man testing the other, seeking openings, defending against attacks. Footwork is as important as blade work. The ability to move quickly while maintaining balance and guard position separates competent swordsmen from masters. Chinese sword arts of this period emphasizes economy of motion. Every movement should serve a purpose, whether offensive, defensive, or positioning. Wasted motion creates openings for the opponent to exploit. The principles are informed by both practical combat experience and philosophical concepts drawn from Taoist ideas about flowing like water and yielding to redirect force rather than opposing it directly. After several intense exchanges, Wei Zhong manages to land a light touch with his practice sword on Li Zhong's ribs. In a real fight, this would have been a potentially fatal wound. The two men separate, bow again, and discuss the sequence that led to the successful strike. "You overcommitted on your thrust," Wei Zhong observes. "Your weight shifted too far forward, and you couldn't recover quickly enough when I deflected and countered." Li Zhong nods, accepting the criticism. In training, ego has no place. The goal is improvement, not validation of one's existing skill. "You're right, I should have maintained better balance." Again? They resume sparring, this time with Li Zhong consciously focusing on his footwork and weight distribution. The bout continues for another 10 minutes before they take a break, both men breathing heavily from the exertion. The deeper philosophy of martial training. As Li Zhong rests and drinks water, he reflects on the deeper purpose of his martial training. For a Shi, military skills are not merely practical tools for combat. They are also paths of personal cultivation, means of developing character, discipline, and moral virtue. This concept, which will later be refined into the Japanese ideal of Bushido, the way of the warrior, already exists in embryonic form during the Warring States period. Confucian philosophy teaches that a complete education requires mastery of both Wen, civil or cultural attainments, and Wu, martial skills. The ideal Shi embodies both aspects harmoniously. Li Zhong's own teacher, Master Kong, a Confucian scholar he studied under before entering military service, emphasized this integration. A man who knows only books is a scholar, but he lacks the courage and vigor to act on his knowledge, Master Kong taught. A man who knows only fighting is a brute, dangerous and lacking in wisdom. But a man who cultivates both is a true gentleman, capable of both thought and action, both wisdom and courage. This philosophy manifests in practical ways. Li Zhong's daily training includes not only weapons practice, but also study. Each evening, when duties permit, he spends time reading classical texts, practicing calligraphy, or composing poetry. His quarters contain several books, expensive possessions that mark him as an educated man. These include copies of the Analects of Confucius, the Book of Songs, and a treatise on military strategy attributed to Sun Tzu himself. The integration of martial and literary cultivation serves multiple purposes. On a practical level, educated officers can read and write military reports, understand maps and logistical calculations, and communicate effectively with superiors and subordinates. On a deeper level, this dual cultivation develops mental discipline, strategic thinking, and moral character. The great Confucian philosopher Mencius, active during the Middle Warring States period, taught that all human beings possess innate moral knowledge, what he called the heart mind, or Shin. This moral intuition can recognize right from wrong, justice from injustice. However, this innate knowledge must be cultivated through education, reflection, and practice. Without such cultivation, even innate moral sense can be overwhelmed by desires and circumstances. For Li Zhong, martial training is one form of this cultivation. The discipline required to master complex techniques, the humility needed to accept correction and learn from defeats, the courage demanded in combat, these all develop character traits that extend beyond the battlefield. A man who can control his body through years of training is better equipped to control his emotions and desires. A man who can face death with courage is better equipped to face adversity with resilience. Morning Advanced Training, the Art of the Spear. As late morning approaches, Li Zhong's crossbow unit is dismissed to clean and maintain their weapons, a task we will examine in detail later. Li Zhong himself proceeds to another training session, this one focused on spear combat. The spear, or chung, is in many ways the king of battlefield weapons. While swords receive more romantic attention in literature and are favored as status symbols by the aristocracy, practical warriors know that the spear's reach, power, and versatility make it supremely effective in actual combat. A skilled spearman can keep a swordsman at bay almost indefinitely, striking from beyond the sword's range. Chinese spears of the Warring States period typically measure between 2.8 and 5.5 meters in length, though some specialized types are even longer. The spearhead is made of bronze or, increasingly, iron, shaped into a leaf or diamond cross-section with razor-sharp edges. The shaft is made of tough wood, often ash or bamboo, selected for its combination of flexibility and strength. Li Zhong joins a group of about 20 officers who are drilling under the instruction of Master Liang, the garrison's chief weapons instructor. Master Liang is an old veteran, nearly 60 years old, his face weathered by decades of campaign life, his body bearing numerous scars from wounds received in service. Despite his age, he moves with the grace and power of a much younger man, testimony to a lifetime of martial training. The spear is the most honest weapon, Master Liang begins, his voice gravelly but strong. The sword can be concealed, the dagger hidden, the bow fired from ambush. But the spear announces itself. It demands space, commitment, and courage. It is the weapon of heroes. The training begins with basic stances and grips. The spear is held differently depending on whether one is fighting individually or in formation. For individual combat, the spear is typically gripped with both hands, one near the butt end for power and leverage, the other about 1/3 up the shaft for control and direction. Master Liang demonstrates the fundamental attacks, the thrust, the most basic and important technique, driving the spear point forward in a straight line with explosive leg drive and hip rotation. The sweep, using the spear's length to strike at an opponent's legs or weapon. The rising strike, bringing the point up from below to target the torso or head. And the descending strike, dropping the point from above to strike over an opponent's guard. The officers practice these techniques repeatedly, drilling the movements until they become reflexive. Modern people might find such repetitive training boring, but traditional martial arts instruction emphasizes that excellence comes through countless repetitions. Practice a technique 1,000 times and you will begin to understand it, Master Liang says. Practice it 10,000 times and it will become part of you. Between repetitions, Master Liang provides historical context and tactical wisdom. 20 years ago, I fought against Qi forces at the Battle of Maling. The Qi soldiers used very long spears, perhaps 5 meters or more, fighting in dense formation. Our commander had us make a flying wedge with our best spearmen at the point. We drove into their line like an arrow piercing cloth, our shorter spears allowing us to move faster and more aggressively than their longer weapons permitted. Once we broke their formation, they could not fight effectively. These anecdotes serve multiple purposes. They provide practical tactical lessons about how different weapon lengths and formations interact. They give the younger officers a sense of connection to the garrison's history and traditions, and they remind everyone that Master Liang's teachings are not mere theory, but hard-won wisdom from actual combat. The training intensifies as the officers pair off for sparring. Li Zhong faces off against another officer, both armed with practice spears. These weapons have their points covered with heavy padding to prevent serious injury, but they are still capable of delivering painful blows. Spear sparring is faster paced than sword work. The long reach means that attacks come quickly, giving little time to react. Li Zhong probes his opponent's guard with quick jabs, seeking an opening. His opponent responds with a powerful sweeping attack aimed at Li Zhong's legs, forcing him to jump back. The key to spear fighting is distance management. A spearman must maintain the optimal range where he can strike but his opponent cannot reach him. Too close and the spear's length becomes a disadvantage. Too far and attacks lack power and commitment. Li Zhong circles, constantly adjusting his distance, looking for the moment to commit to a decisive attack. He feints high, then drops into a low thrust aimed at his opponent's knee. The attack finds its mark, a solid hit that would have crippled the leg in real combat. Master Lang calls out, "Good." Li Zhong uses deception effectively. Notice how he drew the guard up before attacking low. Study this. Formation spear fighting. After individual sparring, the training shifts to formation work. This is where spear combat becomes truly lethal. A single spearman is formidable. A closely packed formation of spearmen is nearly unstoppable by infantry without specialized tactics. The officers form a testudo-like formation, 3 ranks deep, with spears extended to create a wall of points. The front rank holds their spears at waist level. The second rank holds theirs at chest height, their points extending past the first rank's shoulders. The third rank holds theirs overhead, ready to thrust down at cavalry or to fill gaps if front rank soldiers fall. This hedge of spear points presents a terrifying obstacle to anyone approaching. Cavalry horses will not willingly charge into such a formation, their instinct for self-preservation overriding their training. Infantry must either disrupt the formation with missiles, flank it, or somehow get past the spear points to close to sword range, a nearly suicidal proposition when facing disciplined troops. Master Lang has a group of soldiers armed with shields and short swords advance toward the spear formation, simulating an enemy attack. The spearmen maintain their formation, thrusting in coordinated strikes as the enemy approaches. The disciplined coordination is impressive. All spears in a rank thrust simultaneously, withdraw simultaneously, and the next rank thrusts before the first has fully withdrawn, creating a continuous threat. The shield bearers attempt to break through, using their shields to push aside spear points, but it is nearly impossible. Every time they deflect one spear, 2 more thrust at them from different angles. Within seconds, they are forced to halt their advance, dead according to the training rules. This is the power of formation combat, Master Lang explains. Individual skill matters, but discipline and coordination matter more. The state of kin has conquered its neighbors not because kin soldiers are individually superior, but because their formations are more disciplined and their coordination is more perfect. Remember this lesson. This observation about kin is particularly astute. The state of kin, which will eventually conquer all other states and unify China under the first emperor in 221 BCE, owes much of its military success to the legalist reforms of Xiangyang in the 4th century BCE. These reforms created a highly centralized state with standardized military training, strict discipline, and a merit-based promotion system that rewarded military success above all else. The training session concludes as the sun approaches its zenith. The officers are dismissed to attend to their other duties. Li Zhong's muscles ache pleasantly from the exertion, the kind of deep fatigue that comes from pushing one's body to its limits. He is satisfied with his performance today, though aware of areas where he needs improvement. Such is the nature of martial arts. There is always another level of mastery to pursue. Part 3. Midday: Administrative Duties and Military Life. The heat of the day. The sun has reached its peak in the sky, marking the hour of the horse, traditionally from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. This is typically the hottest part of the day, and military activities slow accordingly. Heavy training in armor during this period risks heat exhaustion, and the garrison's daily routine adjusts to account for the climatic reality. Li Zhong returns to his quarters briefly to exchange his sweat-soaked training clothes for clean garments. He pours water over his head and arms from a basin, washing away the grime and sweat accumulated during the morning's intensive training. The cool water is refreshing, though he knows that by evening he will be just as dirty again. After changing, he makes his way to the garrison's administrative building, a modest structure near the commandant's residence. This building houses the garrison's records, maps, inventory ledgers, and other documents necessary for military administration. Running a garrison requires not just martial skill, but also considerable bureaucratic work, managing supplies, tracking personnel, maintaining records of promotions and punishments, and coordinating with higher authorities. The scholar warrior's paperwork. Li Zhong's education makes him valuable for administrative tasks that many common soldiers cannot perform. While basic literacy is becoming more widespread during the Warring States period, most peasant conscripts cannot read or write beyond perhaps recognizing their own names. The Shi Class, however, is expected to be fully literate, capable of reading classical texts and writing administrative documents. Today, Li Zhong has been assigned to assist with updating the garrison's personnel records. This is tedious but essential work. The military bureaucracy of the Warring States period is surprisingly sophisticated, maintaining detailed records of every soldier's service, performance, combat achievements, and family background. He sits at a low writing table in the administrative building, surrounded by bamboo strips and wooden tablets covered with writing. The principal writing material of this era is not paper, which has not yet been invented, but rather bundles of bamboo strips bound together with silk or hemp cord to create books. For temporary records and drafts, wooden tablets are used, as they are cheaper than bamboo and can be planed smooth and reused. Li Zhong's writing implements consist of several brushes of varying sizes made from animal hair mounted in bamboo handles and a stone ink slab with a cake of solid ink. To prepare ink for writing, he adds a small amount of water to the ink slab and grinds the ink cake against the stone until the desired consistency is achieved. The resulting liquid ink is then applied with the brush. The task before him is to update the records of soldiers in his unit, noting recent promotions, disciplinary actions, and changes in status. One soldier, a young man named Zhang Wei, recently distinguished himself during a patrol that encountered raiders. His prompt action and skilled crossbow work killed 2 enemies and prevented others from escaping with stolen livestock. This achievement must be formally recorded and will be reported to higher authorities for possible reward. Li Zhong carefully writes Zhang Wei's name, rank, and the details of his action on a bamboo strip. The writing is vertical, top to bottom, right to left, the standard format of Chinese writing. His calligraphy is not elegant. Li Zhong is a warrior first, a clerk second, but it is clear and legible, meeting the standards required for official documents. The merit system and social mobility. Military records serve multiple purposes. They provide a database of personnel information that commanders use when making assignments and promotions. They document achievements that determine rewards and social advancement. They also serve as a check against corruption. A dishonest officer cannot easily falsify records when multiple copies are maintained at different administrative levels and regularly audited by inspectors from the central government. The legalist state administration of Qin, which other states increasingly emulate, takes these bureaucratic practices to an extreme. In Qin, detailed records track not only military personnel, but every household in the state, recording population, land ownership, tax obligations, and even instances of criminal behavior. This creates an oppressive level of state surveillance, but also an unprecedented degree of administrative efficiency. As Li Zhong works, the administrative clerk responsible for this building, an elderly scholar named Gao, occasionally offers guidance. Master Gao is not himself a warrior, having entered state service through the civilian examination system, but he has worked in military administration for decades and knows the regulations thoroughly. Make sure you note Zhang Wei's family background, Master Gao advises, looking over Li Zhong's shoulder. He comes from a military family, 3 generations of service. That should be recorded, as it may qualify his family for additional land grants under the merit promotion system. Li Zhong nods and adds the notation. The merit promotion system, formalized by various warring states governments, but particularly by Qin's reforms, represents a revolutionary social innovation. In earlier periods, social status was determined almost entirely by birth. If you were born into a peasant family, you would almost certainly remain a peasant. If you were born into the aristocracy, you would enjoy privileges regardless of your personal abilities. The merit system changed this, at least partially. Military achievement now provided a path to advancement. A common soldier who distinguished himself in battle could be promoted to officer rank, receive land grants, gain tax exemptions for his family, and elevate his social status. This system served multiple purposes. It motivated soldiers to fight bravely, it ensured that military leadership was based on competence rather than merely birth, and it created a new class of people whose status and wealth depended on the state, making them loyal supporters of the central government. However, the old aristocracy resented these reforms. Many nobles saw the promotion of commoners based on military merit as a degradation of proper social order. Confucian scholars, while valuing merit and education, worried that an exclusive emphasis on military achievement would devalue cultural refinement and moral cultivation. These tensions created ongoing political conflicts throughout the Warring States period. Supply management and logistics. After 2 hours of administrative work, Li Zhong's next assignment takes him to the Garrison's supply warehouses. These large buildings contain the grain, weapons, armor, and other materials necessary to maintain the garrison's operational readiness. Managing these supplies requires constant vigilance and careful record-keeping. Li Zhong joins the quartermaster, an experienced officer named Sun Ping, who is conducting a routine inventory. They walk through the grain storehouse, checking the large clay vessels that hold millet, wheat, and other grains. Sun Ping explains that maintaining adequate food supplies is the single most critical logistical challenge for any military installation. "We currently have enough grain for 3 months at full garrison strength," Sun Ping reports, making notes on a wooden tablet. "But harvest season is approaching, and we expect tax collections to replenish our stores. If we face a siege or must support a large military operation passing through our district, these supplies could be exhausted in weeks." This calculation reflects the fundamental importance of logistics in ancient warfare. Sun Tzu's Art of War emphasizes repeatedly that armies cannot function without adequate supplies. A force might have the best weapons, the most skilled soldiers, and brilliant commanders, but if they cannot eat, they cannot fight. States that master logistics gain enormous advantages over those that do not. The Warring States period sees dramatic innovations in military supply systems. States establish depot networks along major routes, pre-positioning supplies for armies on campaign. They develop contracts with merchants to provide goods and transportation. They improve road systems to facilitate the movement of supplies. They create specialized supply units within armies, soldiers whose primary job is logistics rather than combat. The state of Qin, which will eventually conquer all rivals, owes much of its success to superior logistics. Qin's administrators maintain detailed records of agricultural production, population, and resource availability throughout their territory. They can mobilize supplies quickly and efficiently, keeping their armies well-fed and equipped for extended campaigns, while enemy forces struggle with supply shortages. Li Zhong and Sun Ping move from the grain storehouse to the weapons depot. Here, racks hold hundreds of spears, swords, crossbows, and other weapons, both active equipment issued to soldiers and reserve stocks to replace damaged or lost items. Maintaining these weapons requires constant effort, checking for rust, oiling metal parts, replacing broken components, and ensuring that everything meets quality standards. "We received a shipment of new crossbow bolts last week," Sun Ping notes, pointing to bundles of bolts stacked against one wall. 5,000 bolts, manufactured at the State Arsenal in Handan. Each bolt has been inspected and marked with the manufacturer's seal. If any prove defective, we can trace them back to the specific craftsman responsible. This quality control system represents another administrative innovation of the Warring States period. By marking products with manufacturer identifications and holding craftsmen accountable for defects, states ensure higher quality and create incentives for careful workmanship. The system applies not only to weapons, but to many manufactured goods produced under state contracts. the tally system and military authority. As Li Zhong and Sun Ping complete their inventory, a messenger arrives with urgent news. A military courier has just reached the garrison carrying orders from the capital. The commandant has summoned his senior officers to review these orders. Li Zhong, as a mid-ranking officer, is not included in the initial briefing, but he learns the general situation from other officers afterward. The state of Zhao is organizing a major military operation against nomadic raiders who have been increasingly aggressive along the northern border. The garrison is ordered to prepare a detachment of 200 soldiers for deployment within the next 10 days. This order comes with a bronze tally, a critical administrative tool in warring states' military systems. The tally is split into two halves, each inscribed with matching characters. One half remains with the ruler or his representatives in the capital, while the other half is sent with military orders. To mobilize troops, the commander must match the two halves, proving that the orders are authentic and authorized by the proper authority. This system prevents unauthorized military mobilization, a constant concern in an era when powerful generals sometimes rebel against their own governments, or when local commanders might be tempted to use military forces for personal purposes. The tally system creates a check on military power, ensuring that significant troop movements require central authorization. However, the system also creates complications. What if orders need to be changed quickly based on developing situations? What if communication between the capital and frontier garrisons is disrupted? What if the tally is lost or stolen? These practical problems mean that the tally system works well for planned operations, but can be cumbersome when rapid response is required. The order to prepare a deployment creates a flurry of activity in the garrison. Officers must select which soldiers will go, ensuring a balanced mix of experienced veterans and capable recruits. They must prepare equipment, accumulate supplies, and organize transportation. They must coordinate with other garrisons that will contribute forces to the operation, and they must do all this while maintaining the garrison's basic security and operational capacity. Li Zhong suspects that his crossbow unit will be included in the deployment. Crossbowmen are valuable for operations against nomadic cavalry, as their ranged firepower can disrupt mounted attacks before they close to contact. The thought of leaving the relative safety of the garrison for active campaign fills him with mixed emotions: professional duty and a warrior's sense that combat is his purpose, but also dread born of experience with warfare's realities. The midday meal. After the morning's intensive activities and administrative work, Li Zhong's stomach growls, reminding him that the morning porridge was many hours ago. He makes his way to the officer's mess for the midday meal, the second and more substantial meal of the day. The meal is served around 4 p.m. by modern reckoning, reflecting the standard practice of warring states China, where most people eat only 2 meals daily. The timing allows the day's heat to pass while providing fuel for the remaining afternoon duties. When Li Zhong arrives, servants are setting out food on low wooden tables. The main dish is a substantial millet preparation, the grain cooked until soft and mixed with vegetables, preserved cabbage, radishes, and scallions. The preserving process, using salt and fermentation, allows vegetables to be stored for months, essential for maintaining food security during winter or siege conditions. Alongside the millet is a generous portion of vegetable soup, its broth flavored with bones and seasoned with salt, ginger, and fermented soybean paste, which provides umami depth similar to modern soy sauce. The soup is hearty and warming, welcome after the morning's exertions. Today's meal includes a special addition: several small fish, probably carp from the nearby river, steamed whole with ginger and scallions. Fish is a welcome protein source when available, though its presence depends on successful fishing expeditions or local purchases from nearby villages. Each fish is small enough that 1 or 2 constitute a full portion for an individual officer. To accompany the food, servants pour weak millet wine into ceramic cups. This fermented beverage has been produced in China for millennia, made by fermenting grain with yeast cultures. Its alcohol content is moderate, probably between 8 and 15%, enough to create warmth and mild relaxation, but not incapacitating drunkenness. The meal is eaten using chopsticks, which have been standard eating utensils in China for at least 1,000 years by this point. Li Zhong's chopsticks are simple bamboo, functional rather than decorative, though wealthy individuals sometimes own lacquered chopsticks or even those made of precious materials as status symbols. For soup, ceramic spoons are provided. Food is served in communal dishes at the center of each table, with diners using their chopsticks to select morsels and transfer them to small individual bowls or directly to their mouths. Conversations among warriors. As Li Zhong eats, he is joined by Wei Zhang, his sparring partner from the morning's training, and two other officers, Chen Hua, a cavalry officer commanding a squadron of 30 horsemen, and Dong Ming, an infantry company commander. The conversation naturally turns to military matters. "Have you heard the latest from the southern border?" Chen Hua asks as he sets down his cup. "A messenger arrived yesterday. Our forces clashed with Qin troops near the mountain passes. We lost 50 men." The table falls silent. Qin has been growing increasingly aggressive in recent years, and everyone knows that the state of Zhao faces serious pressure from multiple directions. Wei Zhang responds grimly. Qin grows stronger every year. Their legalist reforms have created a military machine unlike anything we've seen. Every victory brings them more resources, more land, more soldiers. If this continues, he doesn't finish the sentence. He doesn't need to. Everyone at the table understands the implication. In an era of constant warfare, states that fail to keep pace militarily simply cease to exist, absorbed by their stronger neighbors. Chen Hua steers the conversation in a different direction. "My cavalry squadron needs new horses. The mounts we received last year are adequate for patrolling, but they lack the speed and endurance we would need in a sustained campaign. I've requested permission to purchase better stock from the northern tribes, but the garrison budget is stretched thin." This touches on a critical issue for Chinese states during the Warring States period, the horse problem. Native Chinese horses, bred from herds on the northeastern plains, tend to be small, sturdy animals well-suited for agricultural work, but inferior for military purposes compared to the larger, faster breeds possessed by nomadic peoples. King Wu Ling of Zhao had recognized this reality decades earlier when he implemented his famous Hu clothing reforms around 307 BCE, adopting nomadic cavalry tactics and even requiring his soldiers to wear trousers and shorter tunics in the style of the northern barbarians. This was controversial at the time, seen by conservatives as abandoning civilized Chinese customs, but it proved militarily effective. Cavalry could serve as scouts, raiders, and fast-moving strike forces. They could disrupt enemy formations, intercept supply convoys, and make sudden attacks at unexpected places, providing tactical flexibility that chariots could not match. However, effective cavalry required good horses, which meant either breeding programs or trade with nomadic peoples, both expensive propositions. Dong Ming, the infantry commander, interjects with his own concerns. "Cavalry is useful, but infantry remains the backbone of any army. My men need better armor. Too many are still wearing leather or padded cloth protection. If we face Qin's armored infantry again, we'll be at a severe disadvantage." The conversation reflects the realities of military life during this period. Officers constantly grapple with resource limitations, equipment shortages, and the pressure to maintain combat readiness against multiple threats. The decentralized nature of Chinese states means that individual garrisons must often be self-sufficient, unable to rely on rapid reinforcement from central authorities. Li Zhong finally speaks up. "The crossbow gives us an advantage at range. If we can maintain disciplined formations and use our missile troops effectively, we can inflict casualties on enemy forces before they close to melee range. But this requires training, which requires time, which we often lack when recruits arrive just weeks before being thrown into battle." This observation highlights another challenge: the constant demand for manpower. Warring states' armies numbered in the hundreds of thousands, far larger than in previous eras. Before 500 BCE, Chinese field armies numbered in the tens of thousands, but by 300 BCE, armies regularly included up to a couple of 100,000 drafted soldiers. Maintaining such forces required constant recruitment and rapid training of peasant conscripts who often lacked the years of martial cultivation that characterized the traditional Shi warrior class. States struggled to balance the need for large armies with the need for those armies to be competently trained and led. Political intrigue and court politics. The conversation shifts to political matters as officers discuss recent news from the capital. In the Warring States period, military affairs and court politics are inseparably intertwined. Officers' careers depend not only on their military competence, but also on their connections to powerful patrons at court. Lord Ping Yuan has fallen from favor, Wei Jiang reports, referring to one of the great nobles who maintained a large retinue of talented individuals. The king suspects him of corresponding with Qin agents. His household has been placed under surveillance, and several of his retainers have been arrested. This kind of political intrigue is constant in Warring States China. Rival factions at court compete for the king's favor, accuse each other of disloyalty or corruption, and seek to advance their own clients while undermining their opponents. Military officers caught in these conflicts can find their careers destroyed regardless of their actual competence or loyalty. The phenomenon of great nobles maintaining large retinues of talented men, known as guest scholars or Shi Class, is one of the distinctive features of this period. The four lords of the Warring States, Lord Mengcheng of Qi, Lord Ping Yuan of Zhao, Lord Xinling of Wei, and Lord Chun Shen of Chu, all competed to attract the most talented individuals to their households, offering patronage, protection, and opportunities for advancement. These retinues sometimes numbered in the thousands and included a remarkable diversity of talents: philosophers and scholars, military strategists, administrators, diplomats, skilled craftsmen, entertainers, and even criminals with useful skills. The lords used their retainers to enhance their political power, conduct diplomacy, gather intelligence, and occasionally for more sinister purposes. One famous anecdote illustrates this perfectly. When Lord Mengcheng was imprisoned by the King of Qin, one of his retainers, a skilled thief, disguised himself as a dog, infiltrated the royal treasury, and stole back a valuable fox fur coat that Lord Mengcheng had gifted to the king. This coat was then given to the king's concubine in exchange for securing Lord Mengcheng's release. Later, when fleeing Qin territory, another retainer who could perfectly imitate a rooster's crow fooled the guards at Honggu Pass into opening the gates before dawn, allowing Lord Mengcheng's party to escape. Such stories, whether entirely factual or somewhat embellished, capture the spirit of the age, a time when talent could find patronage regardless of social background, when unconventional skills might prove decisive in unexpected situations, and when personal relationships and clever stratagems were as important as formal authority and military force. Li Zhong listens to these political discussions with a mixture of interest and wariness. He understands that his military career is not isolated from court politics. His current posting, his chances for promotion, even his physical safety can be affected by political shifts he has no control over. This creates a constant background anxiety, a sense that competent performance of one's duties is necessary but not sufficient for security and advancement. Afternoon inspection and maintenance. After the midday meal, Li Zhong supervises his crossbow unit as they perform essential maintenance on their weapons and equipment. This is not optional or discretionary work, but a fundamental military responsibility. In an era where equipment failure can mean death in battle, proper maintenance is as important as combat training itself. The soldiers gather in a covered area adjacent to the training ground, a workspace specifically designated for weapons maintenance. Long wooden benches line the walls, and tool chests contain the implements necessary for cleaning, repairing, and maintaining military equipment. The garrison's professional armorers and weaponsmiths work at one end of the space, their forges glowing red-hot as they repair damaged equipment and create new weapons. Li Zhong walks among his men, observing their work and offering guidance. He stops beside a young soldier who is disassembling his crossbow to clean the trigger mechanism. "Show me," Li Zhong commands. The soldier carefully removes the bronze trigger housing, revealing the delicate mechanism inside. The crossbow trigger is a sophisticated piece of engineering, consisting of a lever that holds the drawn string in place and releases it when sufficient pressure is applied. The mechanism must be perfectly smooth, free of dirt, rust, or burrs that might cause it to stick or malfunction. Use oil sparingly, Li Zhong instructs. Too much oil attracts dirt and can gum up the mechanism in cold weather, just enough to lubricate the moving parts. He demonstrates the proper technique, applying a small amount of vegetable oil to the trigger pivot points with a cloth wrapped around a thin stick. The soldier watches carefully, then mimics the technique on his own weapon. This kind of hands-on instruction is essential for developing competent soldiers. While many conscripts arrive at the garrison with no prior military experience, they must rapidly learn not only how to fight, but also how to maintain their equipment. Lives depend on this knowledge. As the afternoon progresses, Li Zhong inspects each soldier's weapon, checking for proper maintenance and identifying any components that need professional repair or replacement. He notes that 2 crossbows have cracked stocks that will require the garrison's carpenter to fix. 3 crossbow strings show signs of fraying and need replacement. 1 trigger mechanism is damaged beyond field repair and must go to the armorers. These maintenance needs are routine, but must be addressed promptly. A crossbow with a cracked stock might fail at a critical moment. A frayed string could snap when drawn, potentially injuring the soldier. A malfunctioning trigger could prevent the weapon from firing or cause it to discharge accidentally. Beyond crossbow maintenance, soldiers also care for their personal armor and weapons. Those fortunate enough to possess metal armor, whether bronze or iron plates in lamellar cuirasses, must check for rust, clean and oil metal surfaces, and ensure that lacing cords remain intact. Leather armor requires treatment with oils to keep it supple and prevent cracking. Swords must be cleaned after use, oiled to prevent rust, and periodically sharpened to maintain their edges. The sharpening process requires skill. Grinding away too much metal shortens the blade's useful life, while insufficient sharpening leaves the weapon less effective. The garrison's weaponsmith teaches soldiers the proper techniques, but individual soldiers are responsible for routine maintenance. As Li Zhong oversees this maintenance session, he reflects on the difference between ancient warfare and the romanticized versions often depicted in later literature and art. The reality is that successful warfare depends as much on logistics, administration, and routine maintenance as on heroic combat. A well-maintained crossbow in the hands of a properly trained soldier is worth far more than the finest sword wielded by an unprepared warrior. The reality of military life. The afternoon maintenance session also provides an opportunity for Li Zhong to gauge his unit's morale and address any personal issues affecting his soldiers. Military effectiveness depends not only on equipment and training, but also on soldiers' mental and emotional states. He notices that one soldier, a man named Li Chen, seems distracted and is performing his maintenance tasks carelessly. Li Zhong approaches and asks quietly, "Is something troubling you, Lu Chen?" The soldier hesitates, then admits, "Squad leader, I received a letter from my village last week. My father is ill, possibly dying, and my mother asks me to come home. But I cannot leave without permission, and I fear that by the time I could arrange leave, it will be too late." This situation exemplifies one of the constant tensions in military life. Soldiers have families, personal concerns, and emotional needs that do not cease simply because they have entered military service. Yet military necessity demands that soldiers remain at their posts, ready to fulfill their duties regardless of personal circumstances. Li Zhong considers the situation carefully. He cannot simply grant leave on his own authority. That would violate military regulations and potentially undermine discipline. But he also understands the importance of filial piety, the Confucian virtue that requires children to care for their parents. This moral obligation is so fundamental that even military service does not entirely override it. "I will speak to the company commander about your situation," Li Zhong tells Lu Chen. "If your father's condition is truly grave, there may be possibility for temporary leave. However, you must understand that the garrison's needs come first. We face possible deployment soon, and we cannot spare soldiers at this critical time. Continue your duties faithfully, and I will do what I can." This response balances competing obligations: military necessity, human compassion, and respect for traditional values. Li Zhong cannot promise a solution, but he can demonstrate that he takes the matter seriously and will advocate for his soldier within the constraints of military regulations. Such situations are common in military life and require officers to exercise judgment and compassion while maintaining discipline. Officers who show no concern for soldiers' personal welfare lose their men's trust and loyalty. But officers who are too lenient risk undermining military effectiveness and their own authority. Finding the right balance is one of the arts of leadership that Li Zhong has learned through years of experience. As the maintenance session concludes and soldiers return their tools and equipment to proper storage, Li Zhong reflects on the day thus far. The morning brought intensive physical training in crossbow work and spear combat. The midday hours involved administrative duties, inventory work, and routine maintenance. These activities might seem mundane compared to dramatic battlefield action, but they represent the actual substance of military life. For every hour spent in combat, soldiers spend weeks or months in training, maintenance, guard duty, and routine garrison tasks. This reality applies to military life in all eras and all cultures. War is not primarily about glorious battles, but about the disciplined routines and careful preparations that make armies capable of fighting effectively when the moment comes. The afternoon is advancing, and soon it will be time for the evening meal and the activities that follow. But for now, Li Zhong has fulfilled his midday responsibilities competently, maintaining the standards of discipline and care that define a good officer. Tomorrow will bring similar routines, and the day after that, until eventually the routine is broken by deployment, combat, or some other disruption. This is the life of a Shi warrior in the Warring States period, a mixture of the mundane and the significant, the routine and the extraordinary, personal concerns and military duties, all woven together into a pattern that gives structure and meaning to existence in turbulent times. Part 4. Afternoon, Scholarly Pursuits and Intellectual Life. The dual nature of the Shi. As the afternoon heat begins to wane and the sun moves past its zenith, Li Zhong returns to his quarters for a period of rest and scholarly activity. This transition from military exercises to intellectual pursuits exemplifies one of the most distinctive characteristics of the Shi class, the integration of martial and civil cultivation. Unlike purely military men who focus exclusively on combat skills, the Shi are expected to be educated individuals with at least basic literacy and knowledge of classical texts. This expectation stems from the Confucian ideal that true gentlemen, or junzi, must cultivate both wen, civil/cultural accomplishments, and wu, martial prowess. The character for Shi itself originally depicted a warrior, but by the Warring States period, it had evolved to encompass scholarly dimensions. Li Zhong's education began in childhood when his father, recognizing the importance of literacy for advancement in an increasingly bureaucratic military system, arranged for him to study under a local scholar. His formal education lasted only 4 years, from age 10 to 14, far shorter than the decades-long study typical of dedicated scholars, but sufficient to provide basic literacy and familiarity with key classical texts. He can read and write competently, though his calligraphy is utilitarian rather than artistic. He has read portions of the Analects of Confucius, the Book of Songs, the Book of Documents, and several military treatises. His mathematical skills allow him to perform the calculations necessary for managing logistics, computing rations, calculating distances, and converting measurements. He understands the principles of the calendar system and can interpret basic astronomical observations for timekeeping. This level of education places him far above common soldiers, most of whom are entirely illiterate, but below dedicated scholars who spend their entire lives studying the classics. It is, however, entirely appropriate for a mid-ranking Shi officer, providing the intellectual foundation necessary for both military command and potential civil administration. Afternoon study, the Analects of Confucius. Li Zhong retrieves a bundle of bamboo strips from his personal chest, carefully untying the cord that binds them together. These strips constitute his copy of selected passages from the Analects, the collected sayings and conversations of Confucius compiled by his disciples. Books in this era are expensive and difficult to produce, each bamboo strip laboriously inscribed by hand, making complete texts rare possessions. Most people, even educated ones, own only excerpts or selections from longer works. He spreads the bamboo strips on his low table, arranging them in sequence. The text is written in the archaic script of his time, characters that will evolve over centuries into modern Chinese, but remain recognizable to anyone familiar with classical Chinese writing. Li Zhong reads slowly, moving his lips slightly as he processes the characters, a common practice in an era before silent reading became standard. The passage he contemplates today concerns the relationship between the ruler and the ruled. The master said, "He who exercises government by means of his virtue may be compared to the North Polar Star, which keeps its place while all the stars turn towards it." This teaching encapsulates one of Confucianism's central political ideas, that a virtuous ruler governs not through force or law, but through moral example. If the ruler embodies virtue, the people will naturally be drawn to follow him, just as stars orbit the polar star. This stands in stark contrast to the legalist philosophy that emphasizes strict laws and harsh punishments as the primary means of governance. Li Zhong reflects on this teaching in the context of his own experience. He has served under several commanders during his military career. Some led primarily through strict discipline and fear of punishment, creating effective but resentful troops. Others cultivated personal bonds with their men, earning loyalty through fair treatment and shared hardship. In his observation, the latter commanders achieved better long-term results, though the former sometimes secured short-term battlefield success. Yet the reality of the Warring States period complicates these philosophical ideals. States that have most thoroughly embraced Confucian principles of virtuous governance tend to be weaker militarily than states like Qin, which follow legalist principles of strict law enforcement, meritocratic promotion based solely on military achievement, and ruthless efficiency in resource mobilization. This creates a troubling paradox for Li Zhong and others who have studied Confucian texts. If virtue truly leads to good governance, why do the most virtuous states seem to lose to those that embrace amoral pragmatism? Is the Confucian ideal simply impractical in an age of constant warfare? Or do these military setbacks represent temporary conditions that will eventually be overcome? Philosophical tensions in warring states' thought. These questions reflect larger intellectual tensions that characterize the Warring States period's philosophical landscape. The era has produced an unprecedented explosion of competing schools of thought, later termed the 100 schools of thought, each offering different answers to fundamental questions about human nature, proper governance, and the path to social order. Confucianism, as taught by Confucius and later developed by Mencius and Shunzi, emphasizes moral cultivation, ritual propriety, and governance through virtuous example. Confucians believe that human beings possess innate moral knowledge that can be developed through education and self-cultivation. They argue that a ruler who embodies benevolence, ren, and propriety will inspire similar virtue in his subjects, creating a harmonious society. Mencius, active during the 4th century BCE, takes this even further, arguing that human nature is fundamentally good. He uses the famous thought experiment of a child about to fall into a well. Anyone who witnesses this would instinctively feel alarm and distress, demonstrating that compassion is innate to human nature. Evil arises not from inherent wickedness, but from failure to nurture and develop these innate moral tendencies. Shunzi, active in the 3rd century BCE, reaches different conclusions. He argues that human nature is fundamentally selfish and must be transformed through education, ritual, and social institutions. Without cultivation, humans will pursue their desires without regard for others, leading to conflict and chaos. However, through rigorous training and adherence to ritual propriety, even naturally selfish humans can become virtuous. Despite their differences, both Mencius and Shunzi agree that education and moral cultivation are essential for creating a well-ordered society. They both place tremendous faith in the transformative power of proper learning and ritual practice. Legalism stands in stark contrast. Formulated by thinkers like Shang Yang, Han Feizi, and Li Si, legalists argue that human beings are fundamentally self-interested and respond primarily to incentives and punishments. They see Confucian ideals of virtuous governance as naive fantasy. In the legalist view, clear laws strictly enforced through generous rewards for compliance and harsh punishments for violation are the only effective means of governance. Shang Yang, who served as chief minister of Qin in the mid-4th century BCE, implemented reforms that transformed Qin from a peripheral state into a military powerhouse. He abolished hereditary aristocratic privileges, replacing them with a merit system based solely on military achievement and agricultural production. He divided the population into mutual surveillance groups where members were punished if they failed to report each other's crimes. He standardized weights, measures, and currency to facilitate state control of the economy. These reforms worked spectacularly well from a military standpoint. Qin's armies became disciplined, well-supplied, and motivated by clear rewards for battlefield success. The state's agricultural productivity increased, providing the resources to field ever larger armies. Within decades, Qin grew into one of the most powerful states, capable of threatening all its neighbors. But the human cost was enormous. The population lived under constant surveillance and threat of harsh punishment. Individual freedom was sacrificed to state power. Cultural activities that did not directly contribute to agriculture or warfare were suppressed. This legalist dystopia proved remarkably effective at military conquest, but seemed to validate Confucian concerns about governance divorced from moral considerations. Taoism offers a third path, though one less directly concerned with state governance. Taoist texts like the Tao Te Ching, attributed to the semi-legendary Laozi, and the Zhuangzi, advocate living in accordance with the Tao, the way, understood as the natural patterns and rhythms of the universe. Taoists are skeptical of both Confucian ritual and legalist law, seeing them as artificial impositions that distort natural harmony. The Taoist concept of Wu Wei, often translated as non-action or effortless action, suggests that the best approach is to work with natural tendencies, rather than forcing outcomes through deliberate effort. A Taoist ruler would govern by interfering as little as possible, allowing people to follow their natural inclinations. This stands in tension with both Confucian emphasis on ritual structure and legalist emphasis on strict control. Mohism, founded by Mozi, advocates universal love or impartial caring, arguing that people should care for all humans equally rather than showing preference to family members. Mohists oppose aggressive warfare as wasteful and immoral, though they developed sophisticated defensive military techniques and hired themselves out to help states resist invasion. They also emphasize utility and efficiency, condemning elaborate rituals and expensive ceremonial objects as wasteful extravagances. The Taoist concept of Wu Wei, often translated as non-action or effortless action, suggests that the best approach is to work with natural tendencies, rather than forcing outcomes through deliberate effort. A Taoist ruler would govern by interfering as little as possible, allowing people to follow their natural inclinations. This stands in tension with both Confucian emphasis on ritual structure and legalist emphasis on strict control. Mohism, founded by Mozi, advocates universal love or impartial caring, arguing that people should care for all humans equally rather than showing preference to family members. Mohists oppose aggressive warfare as wasteful and immoral, though they developed sophisticated defensive military techniques and hired themselves out to help states resist invasion. They also emphasize utility and efficiency, condemning elaborate rituals and expensive ceremonial objects as wasteful extravagances. Personal philosophy and practical reality. Li Zhong, like many educated individuals of his era, does not commit exclusively to any single philosophical school. Instead, he draws eclectically from different traditions as situations warrant. He appreciates Confucian ideals of virtuous conduct and proper relationships, but recognizes that legalist methods sometimes prove effective. He finds personal solace in Taoist poetry and philosophy, but cannot fully embrace Wu Wei when military duty demands decisive action. This philosophical eclecticism is perhaps the most honest response to the intellectual ferment of the age. The competing schools of thought each capture important truths and offer valuable insights, but none provides a complete answer to the complex challenges of governing and living in such turbulent times. As Li Zhong continues reading, his attention is drawn to another passage from the Analects. The master said, "The gentleman understands righteousness, the small man understands profit." This teaching distinguishes between superior individuals who act based on moral principles and lesser individuals who act based on self-interest. Yet Li Zhong cannot help but notice that in the world around him, many who pursue profit prosper, while many who pursue righteousness suffer. Is this merely a temporary aberration, or does it suggest something problematic about the Confucian worldview? He does not resolve these questions, but the mere act of contemplating them represents an important aspect of the Shi identity. A true warrior scholar does not simply accept teachings uncritically, but engages with them thoughtfully, wrestling with complexities and contradictions. This intellectual engagement, combined with martial training, creates what the Confucian tradition considers the ideal of the cultivated gentleman. Calligraphy practice. After an hour of reading, Li Zhong turns to calligraphy practice. He prepares ink by grinding an ink stick against a stone slab with water, creating liquid ink of proper consistency. He selects a mid-sized brush from his collection, checking that the bristles are clean and properly shaped. On strips of cheap wood, used for practice before committing text to valuable bamboo, he copies passages from the Analects. The physical act of writing serves multiple purposes. It improves his calligraphy, an important skill for anyone who must write military reports or administrative documents. It reinforces his memory of classical texts, and it provides a meditative focus, a respite from the constant vigilance and tension of military life. Chinese calligraphy at this time is evolving from the archaic seal script toward more flowing forms that will eventually develop into clerical script and later cursive styles. Li Zhong's writing reflects transitional characteristics, showing some archaic elements but trending towards simplified, more efficient character forms. The physical demands of calligraphy should not be underestimated. Proper brush control requires precise hand and wrist movements, steadiness, and timing. The brush must be held at the correct angle, pressure must be varied to create thick and thin strokes, and each character must be balanced and properly proportioned. Like martial arts training, calligraphy develops hand-eye coordination, fine motor control, and mental discipline. As he writes, Li Zhong's mind drifts to thoughts of his family. His father, who introduced him to both martial training and classical learning, died 10 years ago. His mother still lives in the family's small landholding, supported by remittances Li Zhong sends from his military salary. He has a younger brother who works the family farm and an elder sister married to a merchant in a nearby town. Li Zhong himself remains unmarried, a common situation for mid-ranking military officers who lack the resources to support a family and must focus entirely on their military careers. If he achieves significant promotion or earns substantial rewards through battlefield achievement, he might be able to marry and establish his own household. Until then, he lives a bachelor existence in the Garrison, his life defined entirely by military service. This personal situation reflects broader social patterns of the Warring States period. The constant warfare creates large numbers of men who spend years or decades in military service, unable to marry or start families until they achieve sufficient rank or accumulate enough resources. This has significant demographic consequences, contributing to population instability and social disruption. Poetry and personal expression. Li Zhong sets aside his calligraphy practice and retrieves another bundle of bamboo strips. These contain poems from the Book of Songs, one of the oldest collections of Chinese poetry, compiled from folk songs, court music, and ritual hymns. The poems address themes of love, loss, nature, military service, and social criticism. One poem particularly resonates with Li Zhong's current situation. It describes a soldier on campaign, longing for home, enduring hardship in service to his state. The poem captures the mixture of duty, resignation, and melancholy that characterizes much military experience. How few of us are left? How few? Why do we not go back? Were it not for our prince and his concerns, why should we be in the dew? The image of soldiers standing in dew, waiting for battle or performing guard duty in the cold hours before dawn evokes the physical discomfort and weariness of military life. The rhetorical question, why do we not go back home, expresses the universal longing of soldiers throughout history. And the answer, because of duty to our prince, acknowledges the sense of obligation that keeps men in service despite hardship. Li Zhong has experienced exactly this situation countless times, standing watch in the pre-dawn hours, exhausted and cold, wishing he could be anywhere else, yet remaining at his post because duty demands it. The ancient poem, composed centuries earlier, captures emotions that transcend time and specific historical circumstances. He also appreciates poems that describe natural beauty, mountains, rivers, changing seasons, plants and animals. In the harsh world of military garrisons and battlefields, such poems provide mental escape, reminding him of beauty and peace that exist beyond the realm of warfare. They nourish what Confucians call the heart mind, the emotional and moral center of a person that can be dulled or damaged by constant exposure to violence and suffering. Reading poetry also serves a practical function for the Shi Class. Familiarity with classical literature is expected of educated individuals and provides common ground for social interaction among officers. Being able to quote appropriate poems in conversation demonstrates one's cultural refinement and education. In negotiations or diplomatic contexts, literary allusions can convey messages indirectly, with subtlety and sophistication. Li Zhong attempts to compose a brief poem of his own, describing the landscape visible from the garrison walls: distant mountains, a river valley, fields where peasants work. Autumn mountains wear purple robes, river waters flow eastward endlessly, peasants bend over autumn harvest, while we stand guard on earthen walls. His composition is modest, lacking the polish and depth of great poetry, but it captures his observation and emotion. The contrast between the peaceful agricultural scene and the martial garrison suggests the uneasy coexistence of war and peace in warring states China. Peasants harvest crops that will feed armies. Soldiers guard walls to protect those same peasants from enemy raids. Each depends on the other in a cycle of production and protection that defines the age. The Garrison Library. Later in the afternoon, Li Zhong visits the Garrison's small library, a room in the administrative building where military manuals, historical records, and a few classical texts are kept for officer study. The collection is modest compared to the great libraries of capital cities or wealthy private collectors, but it provides access to knowledge beyond what individual officers can afford to own personally. The library's most prized possession is a complete copy of Sun Tzu's Art of War, the famous military treatise that has profoundly influenced Chinese strategic thought. Li Zhong has read portions of this work multiple times, each reading revealing new insights. Today, he reviews passages concerning the relationship between the general and the ruler, a topic of great practical importance. Sun Tzu teaches, "There are occasions when the commands of the sovereign need not to be obeyed." This startling assertion challenges traditional notions of absolute loyalty and obedience. Sun Tzu elaborates that a military commander in the field, facing immediate tactical situations, sometimes must make decisions contrary to orders from distant civilian authorities who lack current information about battlefield conditions. This principle creates obvious tensions. How does a commander distinguish between situations that justify disobedience and those that do not? What prevents ambitious generals from using this principle as justification for insubordination? The Warring States period has seen numerous instances of generals who gained too much independent power and challenged or overthrew their own governments. The state of Qin and others have developed systems to limit this danger, including the tally system discussed earlier. A general is given 1/2 of a bronze tally inscribed with the number of troops he is authorized to command. To actually mobilize those troops, he must match his half with the other half sent by the ruler. This creates a check on unauthorized military mobilization. Another safeguard involves sending court officials to accompany generals on campaign, monitoring their actions and reporting back to the ruler. However, this can create its own problems if the court official interferes with military decisions or if conflicts arise between civil and military authority in the field. Li Zhong also studies passages about terrain analysis, weather conditions, logistics, and intelligence gathering. Sun Tzu emphasizes the importance of knowledge. If you know both yourself and your enemy, you can win 100 battles without a single loss. This insight has become almost proverbial, but its practical application requires systematic intelligence operations, reconnaissance, and analysis. The Garrison maintains a network of informants in neighboring territories, peasants, merchants, and travelers who report on military movements, crop conditions, political developments, and anything else that might prove strategically relevant. Processing this information, separating reliable reports from rumor and misinformation, and drawing accurate conclusions requires considerable skill. Li Zhong makes notes on a wooden tablet as he reads, jotting down thoughts and observations that might prove useful in his own military duties. This practice of active reading, engaging with texts rather than passively absorbing them, reflects the scholarly dimension of the Shi identity. Even military texts are not merely technical manuals, but objects of study and contemplation. Mentoring a young officer. As Li Zhong prepares to leave the library, he encounters Young Ming, a young Shi officer who recently arrived at the Garrison. Young Ming is 22 years old, from a military family, and full of enthusiasm tempered by inexperience. He carries with him questions that Li Zhong recognizes from his own younger years. Squad leader Li, Young Ming greets him respectfully. "May I ask your advice about a problem I'm facing with my unit?" Li Zhong nods, gesturing for the young officer to continue. "My men perform adequately in training, but I sense they don't truly respect me. They follow orders, but without the willing obedience I observe in other units. I've tried being both strict and lenient, but neither approach seems effective. What am I doing wrong?" This is a question every young officer must grapple with: how to earn genuine authority beyond mere rank. Li Zhong considers his response carefully. "Respect cannot be demanded, only earned," he begins, "and it is earned in different ways depending on circumstances. Your men need to see that you possess both competence and care. Competence means you understand military matters better than they do, that you can teach them skills that will keep them alive in battle. Care means you regard them as human beings, not merely tools of war, and that you will look after their welfare when circumstances allow." He continues, sharing wisdom gleaned from years of experience. "When in formation, you must be strict, maintaining discipline without exception. But in rest periods, show your humanity. Learn their names, ask about their families, share in their hardships. Confucius taught that a superior man cultivates both authority and compassion. The key is knowing when each is appropriate." Young Ming listens intently, absorbing the advice. This kind of informal mentorship, where experienced officers guide younger ones, is an essential but often invisible aspect of military organization. Official training provides technical skills, but wisdom about leadership, judgment, and human nature must be passed down through personal relationships. I also recommend studying the military classics, Li Zhong adds. Sun Tzu teaches much about leadership, and Confucian texts, though not specifically military, provide insights into human nature and proper conduct that apply to military command as much as civilian governance. The young officer thanks him and departs, leaving Li Zhong with a sense of satisfaction. In mentoring the next generation, he participates in the transmission of knowledge and tradition that binds the Shi class together across time and geography. His own father and early mentors shaped him. Now he shapes others in turn. This continuity provides meaning and connection that transcends individual mortality. Strategic contemplation. With the afternoon waning, Li Zhong takes a moment to step outside the administrative building and look out over the Garrison compound and the landscape beyond. From this vantage point, he can see the Garrison walls, the training grounds where soldiers continue their drills, and beyond the walls, the agricultural fields and villages that depend on the Garrison's protection. This broader perspective prompts reflection on the larger strategic situation facing the state of Zhao. The state is surrounded by potential enemies, Qin to the west, growing stronger every year, Yan to the northeast, a persistent threat, and various other states whose alliances shift like quicksilver. Zhao's position is precarious, requiring constant vigilance and skilled diplomacy to survive. Li Zhong thinks about the intelligence reports he has heard officers discussing, Qin's latest military reforms, rumors of Yan preparing for a major offensive, reports of internal political struggles in Wei that might create opportunities or dangers. All of these factors affect Zhao's security and ultimately his own fate. He considers the possible futures that might unfold. Perhaps Qin will indeed unify all under heaven, as some predict, ending the warring states period through conquest. Perhaps a coalition of states will successfully contain Qin's expansion. Perhaps some new factor, a brilliant strategist, an unexpected alliance, a technological innovation will change the strategic balance. Or perhaps the warfare will simply continue indefinitely, grinding on year after year, consuming lives and resources without resolution. This last possibility is perhaps the most depressing, suggesting that all the sacrifice and suffering serve no greater purpose beyond perpetuating the cycle of violence. But such thoughts verge on dangerous territory. A soldier's duty is not to question the larger purposes of warfare, but to execute his responsibilities. Li Zhong shakes off these melancholy reflections and returns his attention to immediate concerns. The integration of Wen and Wu. As the afternoon draws to a close, Li Zhong reflects on how the day has embodied the integration of Wen and Wu that defines the Shi ideal. His morning was devoted to martial training, crossbow practice, spear work, physical conditioning. His afternoon combined administrative duties with scholarly pursuits, reading classics, practicing calligraphy, studying military theory, and mentoring a younger officer. This balance is not merely a matter of scheduling, but reflects a deeper philosophical conviction that both dimensions are essential for a complete human being. Pure martial skill without cultural refinement creates brutes. Pure scholarly cultivation without martial capability creates effete weaklings unable to act decisively when necessary. The integration of both creates the superior person, the Junzi, who embodies the best qualities of warrior and scholar. This ideal will persist in Chinese culture long after the Warring States period ends. The scholar officers who dominate Chinese government for 2 millennia will see themselves as heirs to the Shi tradition, even though their martial skills become largely ornamental. The concept that educated individuals should possess both intellectual cultivation and physical discipline, both moral virtue and practical effectiveness, remains influential in Chinese thought to the present day. Li Zhong does not consider himself a perfect embodiment of this ideal. His calligraphy is workmanlike rather than artistic, his philosophical understanding is basic rather than profound, and his martial skills, while competent, do not approach the legendary prowess of great warriors. But he strives toward the ideal, and this striving itself gives meaning and direction to his life. As the sun begins its descent toward evening, marking the transition to the next phase of the daily cycle, Li Zhong prepares to leave his quarters and return to his military duties. The afternoon's scholarly pursuits have refreshed his mind and spirit, providing balance to the physical demands of morning training. Now he will return to the world of immediate military concerns, carrying with him the perspective and wisdom that his education provides. This rhythm of alternating between action and reflection, physical exertion and mental cultivation, martial duties and scholarly pursuits characterizes the life of a Shi warrior. It is demanding, requiring discipline and dedication across multiple domains. But it is also rich and meaningful, offering opportunities for growth and development that purely martial or purely scholarly lives would not provide. Part 5. Evening, communal life and rest. The evening meal. As the sun begins its descent toward the western horizon, casting long shadows across the Garrison compound, Li Zhong makes his way once again to the officers' mess for the second and final meal of the day. This timing, around 4 p.m. in modern terms, reflects the standard practice of warring states China, where most people eat only 2 meals daily: morning food, or Zhao Shi, taken around 9 a.m., and afternoon food, or Shi, taken around 4 p.m. Eating between these designated times is considered improper, violating ritual propriety and demonstrating lack of self-discipline. Only the very wealthy, or those engaged in exceptionally demanding physical labor, might consume additional snacks, and even then, such eating is viewed with some disapproval. The aristocracy sometimes enjoys more elaborate eating schedules, but for military garrisons and common people, the 2-meal pattern is universal. The evening meal is more substantial than the morning porridge, providing the bulk of the day's calories. When Li Zhong arrives, servants are setting out food on low wooden tables arranged in the officers' mess. The room contains about 10 such tables, each with space for 3 or 4 officers to sit cross-legged on woven mats placed on the floor. The furniture and eating arrangement reflects the style of this era, centuries before chairs and high tables become common in Chinese domestic settings. Tonight's main course is a substantial millet dish, the millet cooked until soft and mixed with vegetables, including preserved cabbage, radishes, and scallions. The preserving process, using salt and fermentation, allows vegetables to be stored for months, essential for maintaining food security during winter or siege conditions. Alongside the millet is a generous portion of vegetable soup, its broth flavored with bones and seasoned with salt, ginger, and fermented soybean paste, which provides umami depth similar to modern soy sauce. The meal also includes a special addition today: several small fish, probably carp from the nearby river, steamed whole with ginger and scallions. Fish is a welcome protein source when available, though its presence depends on successful fishing expeditions or local purchases from nearby villages. Each fish is small enough that 1 or 2 constitute a full portion for an individual officer. To accompany the food, servants pour weak millet wine into ceramic cups. This fermented beverage has been produced in China for millennia, made by fermenting grain with yeast cultures. Its alcohol content is moderate, probably between 8 and 15%, enough to create warmth and mild intoxication, but not incapacitating drunkenness. Confucian teaching emphasizes moderation in drinking, enough to be convivial, but never so much as to lose one's dignity and propriety. The meal is eaten with chopsticks, which have been standard eating utensils in China for at least 1,000 years by this point. Archaeological evidence shows chopsticks dating back to the Shang dynasty. These eating tools are made of bamboo, simple and functional, though wealthy individuals sometimes own lacquered chopsticks, or even those made of precious materials like ivory or jade as status symbols. For soup, ceramic spoons are provided. Their shapes evolved from ancient forms, but recognizably ancestral to modern Chinese spoons. Food is served in communal dishes at the center of each table, with diners using their chopsticks to select morsels and transfer them to small individual bowls or directly to their mouths. This communal eating style, however, is not quite the same as later Chinese dining customs. During the Warring States period, individual portions are common for formal occasions, though military garrisons adopt more collective approaches for efficiency. Conversation and camaraderie. As the officers eat, conversation flows naturally. The meal provides one of the few times during the day when men can relax and interact socially without the constraints of formal military hierarchy. While respect for rank is always maintained, the atmosphere is more informal than during duty hours. Chen Hu, the cavalry officer, shares a humorous anecdote about one of his horses, a particularly stubborn mare that refuses to cross water without prolonged coaxing. His description of standing in a stream, soaked to the knees, trying to convince a horse to follow him, elicits laughter around the table. Such stories, mixing frustration with humor, are common among soldiers. They serve to release tension and create bonds of shared experience. Wei Jiang asks Li Zhong about the young crossbowman whose weapon had a sticky trigger during the morning inspection. Did you check his work after he cleaned it? Li Zhong nods. I did. He stripped the mechanism completely and oiled it properly. The trigger now releases smoothly. I think the lesson made an impression on him. This exchange exemplifies the constant attention to detail that characterizes effective military units. Officers must maintain awareness of countless small issues, any of which could prove critical in combat. A sticky trigger, a cracked armor plate, a poorly maintained weapon, each represents a potential failure point that could cost lives. Dong Ming, the infantry commander, brings up a more serious topic. I received word from my family this morning. My village was raided by bandits last month. They took grain stores and killed 2 men who resisted. The local magistrate did nothing, claiming he lacks sufficient troops to pursue raiders. This revelation casts a somber mood over the table. One of the great tragedies of the Warring States period is that the constant warfare has created conditions where banditry flourishes. Armed men who once served in state armies turn to raiding when discharged or when their units are dissolved. The breakdown of central authority in many regions means local officials cannot maintain order. Peasants suffer both from taxation to support the armies and from raids by those same armies or by bandits. My own village has organized militia for defense, another officer adds, but farmers with spears and agricultural tools are no match for experienced soldiers turned bandit. We need peace, but how can peace come when every state believes it can only survive by conquering its neighbors? This question has no easy answer, and the officers know it. Li Zhong thinks of the philosophical debates he has encountered in his readings. Confucians argue that virtuous governance will eventually prevail, creating harmony. Legalists argue that only strong centralized power can impose order. Taoists suggest that human attempts to impose order create more problems than they solve. Yet none of these philosophies has prevented the bloodshed and chaos that defines their era. Perhaps the state of Qin will eventually unite all under heaven, Wei Jiang suggests. They grow stronger every year. If they can conquer all the other states, at least the warfare will end. But at what cost? Chen Hu counters. Qin's legalist system is harsh. Their people live under constant surveillance, and their legal punishments are brutal. I'm not sure I want to live in a world unified under Qin's system. Better that than endless war, Dong Ming argues. My village doesn't care which king rules them. They just want to farm in peace, raise their children, and live to old age. Right now, they have none of those things. The conversation reflects tensions that exist throughout Chinese society during this period. Everyone wants peace, but the path to peace seems to require more war. The unification that will come under Qin in 221 BCE will indeed end the Warring States period, but it will also establish an authoritarian system that many find oppressive. History will judge whether this trade-off was worthwhile. Evening recreation and social activities. After finishing the meal and remaining at the table for a respectable period of conversation, the officers gradually disperse to their evening activities. Some return to their quarters to rest. Others gather for various recreational pursuits that military life allows. Li Zhong joins a group of officers who have gathered in an open courtyard to play Libo, an ancient Chinese board game that has been popular for centuries. The game is played on a board with a distinctive L-shaped pattern of points, using dice and game pieces. The rules are complex, involving both chance and strategy, making it an engaging pastime that also develops strategic thinking skills valuable for military command. The archaeological record shows that Libo was widely played during the Warring States period, with boards and pieces found in tombs of nobles and officials. The game eventually fell out of popularity in later Chinese history, replaced by games like Shangqi, Chinese chess, and Weiqi, Go. But during Li Zhong's era, it remains a favorite among the educated classes. As they play, the officers engage in the kind of banter and competition that characterizes such games across all cultures and eras. A particularly clever move earns praise. A foolish mistake provokes gentle mockery. The rise and fall of fortune, as dice produce favorable or unfavorable results, mirrors the uncertainties of military life itself. Fate favors you tonight, Li Zhong comments as Li Zhong's piece lands in an advantageous position. If only battles were decided by dice rolls. But they are in a way, another officer observes. We train, we plan, we execute our tactics. But ultimately, chance plays a role. A gust of wind deflects an arrow. A horse stumbles at a critical moment. A commander falls ill on the eve of battle. Fortune and skill together determine outcomes. This philosophical reflection on the relationship between skill and chance, control and contingency, represents the kind of conversation that naturally emerges among educated warriors. The Shi class thinks about their profession not merely as a technical craft, but as a human endeavor, embedded in larger patterns of fate, moral order, and cosmic processes. Other officers gather nearby to practice music. One plays the sei, a 25-stringed zither-like instrument popular during this period. Another accompanies him on a bamboo flute called a di. The music they produce is not the complex compositions of court musicians, but simple melodies and folk songs, played for the pleasure of playing rather than formal performance. Confucian education emphasizes music as one of the 6 arts that a cultured gentleman should master. Though few military officers achieve true expertise, music is understood not merely as entertainment, but as a form of moral cultivation. Playing music harmonizes the emotions, disciplines the mind, and connects the individual to cosmic patterns of harmony and order. The melodies floating across the courtyard in the evening air create an atmosphere of peaceful civilization, a stark contrast to the garrison's primary purpose of preparing for violence. Yet this juxtaposition is entirely normal for the Shi class, who see no contradiction between martial readiness and cultural refinement. Some younger officers engage in games of physical skill, wrestling matches conducted according to traditional rules, or competitions of strength and agility. While such activities might seem like mere recreation, they serve important military purposes, maintaining physical fitness, building camaraderie, and allowing men to prove their prowess in non-lethal contexts. The watch change. As evening deepens into night, the garrison's routines shift to accommodate the need for constant vigilance. A military fort cannot sleep entirely. At all times, sentries must be posted on the walls, watching for threats. The watch system operates in shifts, ensuring that no soldier must stand guard for excessively long periods, while also ensuring continuous coverage. Li Zhong's unit is not assigned to guard duty tonight, but he still observes as the evening watch takes their positions. Soldiers gather at the base of the walls, checking their equipment before ascending to their posts. They wear armor and carry weapons, fully prepared for combat even though attack is unlikely. Crossbowmen are positioned at intervals along the walls, their weapons loaded and ready. Infantry with spears stand near the gates, prepared to respond if the alarm is raised. The watch commander conducts a formal inspection, checking each soldier's equipment and alertness before dismissing them to their posts. This ritual, repeated every evening, reinforces the constant state of readiness required for military life. Even in garrison, far from active combat, soldiers must maintain discipline and vigilance. The enemy they guard against might be foreign raiders, bandits, or even coup attempts from within the state's own military or political system. Li Zhong exchanges brief words with a junior officer taking command of a section of the wall watch. The night seems quiet, but stay alert. The nomadic raiders we've heard about prefer to move under cover of darkness. If you see anything unusual, sound the alarm immediately. Better a false alarm than a successful infiltration. The young officer nods seriously, understanding that his responsibility tonight involves not just his own life, but the safety of the entire garrison and, by extension, the surrounding civilian population that depends on the garrison's protection. The watch rotation system is carefully designed to balance security needs with soldiers' welfare. Each soldier typically serves a watch period of 2 hours, followed by at least 4 hours off duty before another watch assignment. This prevents excessive fatigue while ensuring that the garrison maintains full defensive capability at all times. During night watches, soldiers must contend with darkness, cold, fatigue, and boredom. Staying alert when nothing is happening requires discipline and mental fortitude. The garrison uses various methods to maintain alertness. Regular patrols by officers checking on sentries, calling and response systems where sentries must answer challenges to prove they are awake, and rotating positions periodically so that soldiers do not become too comfortable in one spot. Letters and correspondence. Returning to his quarters as full darkness falls, Li Zhong lights his oil lamp and retrieves writing materials. He has been putting off writing a letter to his mother for several weeks, and tonight seems an appropriate time to attend to this filial duty. Letters in this era are written on bamboo strips, which are then bundled together and sealed for transport. The postal system of warring states China is relatively sophisticated, with official couriers carrying government correspondence and private messengers available for hire to carry personal letters. However, the system is slow and unreliable, with letters sometimes taking weeks or even months to reach their destinations, if they arrive at all. Li Zhong grinds ink and selects a brush, then begins composing his letter. The style is formal and respectful, reflecting proper Confucian norms for addressing one's parents. He reports on his health and current situation, provides reassurance about his safety, and includes a remittance of money from his salary to support his mother's household. The letter reads in part, "To my honored mother, your unworthy son respectfully reports that he remains in good health and continues to serve the state faithfully. The garrison is well supplied, and my duties are manageable. I have recently been commended by my superiors for the performance of my unit during training exercises. I am sending with this letter 30 copper coins from my recent salary payment. Please use these funds for household expenses and any medical care you may require. I hope my younger brother is assisting you adequately with the farm work and that the harvest was successful this year. I ask after your health and pray that you are experiencing no illness or discomfort. If you require any special medicines or assistance, please inform me in your reply, and I will arrange for additional funds to be sent. Your son continues to honor the memory of his father and strives daily to bring credit to our family name through diligent service and proper conduct. I perform the morning rituals regularly, reporting to Father's spirit on my activities and seeking his guidance. With hopes of visiting home when military duties permit, I remain your devoted son, Li Zhong." Writing this letter serves multiple purposes beyond simple communication. It maintains family connections across distance, fulfills his obligation of filial piety by demonstrating care for his mother's welfare, and provides a moment of emotional connection to his civilian life and identity beyond his military role. The act of writing itself, requiring concentration and careful composition, offers a meditative respite from the demands of military service. The formality of the language reflects not emotional distance, but proper respect, following conventions that have been standard for generations. He completes the letter and sets it aside to dry, planning to send it with the next courier heading toward his home region. The garrison maintains regular communication with higher military authorities and with other garrisons, and personal correspondence can often be included with official dispatches, though sometimes soldiers pay private messengers to ensure more reliable delivery. Evening reflection and meditation. With his correspondence complete, Li Zhong extinguishes most of his lamps, leaving only one small flame for illumination. He sits on his sleeping platform in a meditative posture, legs crossed, back straight, hands resting on his knees. This practice, which he learned from his Confucian teacher, and which shows influence from both Confucian and Taoist traditions, serves as a daily ritual of self-reflection and mental cultivation. He focuses on his breathing, allowing it to become slow and regular. His mind gradually quiets from the activity and concerns of the day. In this state of calm awareness, he reviews his actions, considering whether he has fulfilled his duties properly, whether he has treated others with appropriate propriety and kindness, whether he has maintained his own moral standards. Confucian philosophy emphasizes daily self-examination as essential for moral cultivation. Confucius himself taught, "Every day I examine myself in 3 ways. Have I been disloyal to those I serve? Have I been untrue to my friends? Have I failed to practice what I have been taught?" This practice of regular self-reflection helps develop the self-awareness and moral sensitivity that Confucians consider essential for becoming a superior person. Li Zhong's reflection tonight focuses on his interaction with the young officer, Young Ming. Did he provide helpful guidance? Was his advice wise and appropriate? Could he have been more helpful or clearer in his explanations? He concludes that the interaction was positive, but resolves to follow up with Young Ming in the coming days to see how the advice is being implemented and whether additional guidance is needed. He also reflects on the conversation during the evening meal, particularly the discussion about Qin's growing power and the possibility of unification through conquest. He feels conflicted. Part of him hopes for an end to the constant warfare, even if it comes through Qin's victory. Another part resists the idea of submitting to what he perceives as Qin's harsh and oppressive system. He cannot resolve this tension, but acknowledges it honestly, recognizing that he may ultimately have little choice about which side prevails. The meditation practice also involves visualization techniques. Li Zhong imagines himself as a calm lake, reflecting the sky without distortion, undisturbed by passing winds. This image, drawn from Taoist teachings, represents the ideal of maintaining inner peace and clarity regardless of external circumstances. While he cannot always achieve this ideal in practice, the regular attempt to do so helps him maintain emotional balance in a stressful profession. After perhaps 20 minutes of meditation, Li Zhong performs his evening ritual observances. He takes down the ancestral tablet bearing his father's name and performs 3 bows, similar to his morning routine. He reports mentally on the day's activities, maintaining the symbolic connection between the living and the dead that Confucian filial piety requires. Father, your son reports that he has fulfilled his duties today with diligence and care. I trained my soldiers competently, completed administrative tasks accurately, and continued my studies of the classics. I have treated my subordinates scarcely and shown respect to my superiors. I ask for your guidance and blessing as I face tomorrow's challenges. This practice provides a sense of continuity, linking him to his ancestors and reminding him that his actions have consequences, not just for himself, but for his family's honor and legacy. The belief that ancestors continue to observe and influence the living creates additional motivation for proper conduct beyond purely personal considerations. Preparation for sleep. With his evening rituals complete, Li Zhong prepares for sleep. He removes his outer garments, carefully folding them and placing them on his chest. He keeps his inner garments on, as the autumn night is cool and the garrison provides no heating beyond body warmth and thick quilts. His armor and weapons remain hanging on their pegs, positioned where he can reach them quickly if an alarm sounds during the night. Before extinguishing the final lamp, he takes a moment to look out through his window at the night sky. The stars are visible, their patterns familiar from years of observation. Ancient Chinese astronomy is quite sophisticated, with careful tracking of celestial movements and deep belief in the connection between heavenly phenomena and earthly events. Unusual celestial events, like comets or eclipses, are interpreted as omens, signs from heaven about the fate of states and rulers. Tonight, the sky is clear and calm, showing no omens. The moon, just past first quarter, provides enough light to see the garrison's walls and the landscape beyond. In the distance, Li Zhong can see lights from the farming villages that surround the garrison. Peasants completing their own evening routines, perhaps sharing meals with their families, preparing for another day of agricultural labor that feeds both themselves and the armies that guard them. Li Zhong extinguishes his lamp and lies down on his sleeping platform, pulling the cotton quilt over himself. His mind gradually releases the concerns and thoughts of the day, drifting toward sleep. Tomorrow will bring another cycle of training, duties, and routines, the repetitive pattern that defines military life. But in this moment, in the darkness and quiet, he can simply rest. The garrison is settling into its nighttime rhythm. Most soldiers are sleeping, except for those on watch duty. The night is cold, and the soldiers wrap themselves in heavy cloaks, stamping their feet occasionally to maintain circulation. The sounds of life continuing despite the garrison's military purpose remind Li Zhong that the world is larger than warfare, that human existence encompasses more than conflict and preparation for conflict. As sleep approaches, his last conscious thought is a brief prayer, not to any specific deity, but to the general forces of heaven and fate, asking for protection for himself, his soldiers, his family, and perhaps, optimistically, for peace to someday come to the land. Then consciousness fades, and Li Zhong sleeps, his body resting while his mind processes the day's experiences through dreams. The Night Watch. While Li Zhong sleeps, the garrison remains vigilant. On the walls, sentries maintain their posts, eyes scanning the darkness for any sign of threat. The night is cold, and the soldiers wrap themselves in heavy cloaks, stamping their feet occasionally to maintain circulation. Every hour, watch commanders make their rounds, checking on each sentry, ensuring they remain alert. The password system is in effect. Any person approaching the walls after dark must provide the correct password or be treated as hostile. This security measure prevents infiltration by enemies or unauthorized entry by anyone seeking to enter the garrison for nefarious purposes. The soldiers on watch duty experience the night differently from their sleeping comrades. Time passes slowly when standing still in darkness, waiting for something that probably will not happen. The mind plays tricks, seeing movement in shadows that are merely swaying vegetation, hearing suspicious sounds that are only wind or animals. Yet this vigilance is necessary. History records numerous instances of surprise attacks launched under cover of darkness, gates opened by traitors or infiltrators, fires started to create chaos and confusion. A garrison that sleeps without proper watch invites disaster. Around midnight, by modern reckoning, the first watch rotation changes. Soldiers who have been on duty for 2 hours are relieved, replaced by fresh troops. The tired sentries descend from the walls, grateful to be heading toward their barracks and a few hours of sleep before they might be called for another shift. This cycle continues through the night, each watch period measured by water clocks or by the positions of stars and moon. When dawn finally approaches, bringing the hour of the tiger once again, the garrison will wake and begin another day, and Li Zhong will rise to repeat the cycle we have followed through this single day in his life. But for now, in the deep hours of night, the garrison is a small island of human order and vigilance in the vast darkness of the warring states world, where uncertainty and danger are constants, and where men like Li Zhong serve as guardians, warriors, and scholars, maintaining the fragile barriers between civilization and chaos. Part 6. The broader context: society, warfare, and transformation. The social structure of warring states China. To fully understand Li Zhong's life and the world he inhabits, we must examine the broader social, political, and economic structures of warring states China. This period represents one of the most transformative eras in Chinese history, when ancient aristocratic society was being violently replaced by new forms of social organization based increasingly on merit, achievement, and state power rather than hereditary privilege. The traditional Zhou dynasty social hierarchy had consisted of several ranks. At the top stood the Son of Heaven, the Zhou king, who theoretically ruled all under heaven through the mandate of heaven. Below him were various ranks of nobility: dukes, marquises, counts, viscounts, and barons, each controlling territories of varying sizes. These nobles owed loyalty and military service to those above them in the hierarchy, while exercising authority over those below. Within this aristocratic system, the Shi class originally represented the lowest rank of nobility, men who were warriors by birth but lacked the land and resources of higher nobles. They served as officers in the armies of great lords, as administrators in local governments, and as retainers in noble households. Their status was hereditary. One was born a Shi, and one's descendants would also be Shi. However, the spring and autumn period, and especially the warring states period, saw the gradual collapse of this hereditary system. The great lords increasingly declared independence from the Zhou king, becoming kings in their own right. They absorbed smaller territories, creating larger, more centralized states. Within these states, they implemented reforms that undermined traditional aristocratic privilege. The most dramatic example is the state of Qin's reforms under Shangyang in the 4th century BCE. Shangyang abolished hereditary aristocratic titles and landholdings, replacing them with a merit-based system where rank and privileges were earned through military achievement or agricultural production. He divided the Qin population into 20 ranks of merit, with each rank conferring specific privileges and exemptions. Commoners could rise through these ranks by killing enemies in battle. with each enemy head worth 1 rank of advancement. This system created powerful incentives for military service. A peasant who distinguished himself in battle could earn exemption from corvée labor, tax reductions, land grants, and even entry into the Shi Class. This was revolutionary. For the first time in Chinese history, social mobility on a large scale became possible for common people. The Shi Class was no longer purely hereditary, but could be entered through achievement. Other states gradually adopted similar reforms, though none as thoroughly as Qin. The state of Zhao, where Li Zhong serves, has implemented its own merit system, though it retains more hereditary elements than Qin. The result is a complex social landscape where birth still matters, but achievement matters more, where ancient aristocratic families try to maintain their positions while new families rise through military and administrative success. This transformation created tremendous social tension. The old aristocracy resented the elevation of commoners, viewing it as a corruption of proper social order. Confucian scholars worried that excessive emphasis on military achievement would devalue moral cultivation and cultural refinement. Yet the military effectiveness of merit-based systems made them difficult to resist. States that clung to purely hereditary systems found themselves outcompeted by those that mobilized talent more broadly. The economic foundation of warfare. The constant warfare of this period requires enormous economic resources. States must feed, equip, and pay massive armies. They must maintain fortifications, weapons production, and logistical systems. They must support a growing bureaucracy to administer their territories and mobilize resources. All of this depends on agricultural productivity. The basic economic unit is the peasant family, farming plots of land using bronze and increasingly iron tools. The main crops in northern China are millet, wheat, and barley, grown in fields that require intensive labor to prepare, plant, weed, and harvest. In the south, rice cultivation is becoming increasingly important, utilizing wet field agriculture that produces higher yields but requires even more labor and sophisticated irrigation systems. Peasant families owe multiple obligations to the state. They pay taxes, usually in the form of grain, which fills the granaries that feed armies and government officials. They provide labor for state projects, corvée labor obligations that can require months of work building walls, digging canals, or constructing roads. And they provide soldiers, with every family potentially subject to conscription when armies are raised. These burdens are heavy, leaving peasant families with only marginal surplus beyond subsistence needs. Poor harvests can mean starvation. The constant warfare makes farming dangerous, as armies and bandits raid across the countryside, stealing crops, destroying fields, and killing or enslaving farmers. Yet somehow, the system produces enough to sustain the massive military apparatus. The key is improving agricultural technology and administrative efficiency. Iron tools, which become increasingly common during this period, allow farmers to cultivate land more effectively. Iron plowshares can break tougher soil than bronze ones. Iron hoes and sickles last longer and work more efficiently. The spread of iron technology represents a genuine agricultural revolution, increasing productivity and supporting larger populations. Improved plow designs, better irrigation systems, and more sophisticated crop rotation practices also increase yields. States invest heavily in water control projects, the most famous being the Zhujiangyan in the state of Qin, which transforms previously marginal land into highly productive agricultural regions. This massive engineering project, completed around 256 BCE, diverts water from the Min River to irrigate the Chengdu Plain, preventing flooding while providing reliable water for crops. On the administrative side, states develop increasingly sophisticated systems for tracking population, land ownership, and tax obligations. They register households, conduct regular censuses, and maintain detailed records of who owes what. This bureaucratic capacity allows states to extract resources more efficiently, though it also creates a more intrusive and controlling relationship between the government and the population. The Qin system, in particular, divides the population into groups of 5 to 10 families who are mutually responsible for each other's behavior and tax obligations. If one family fails to meet its obligations or commits crimes, the entire group faces punishment. This creates powerful incentives for mutual surveillance and social control, but it also generates tremendous resentment and fear. Agricultural surplus supports not only armies, but also the growing urban populations. Cities expand during the Warring States period, serving as administrative centers, manufacturing hubs, and commercial nodes. Artisans produce weapons, tools, ceramics, and textiles. Merchants trade goods between regions, though their social status remains relatively low according to Confucian values that prioritize agriculture over commerce. The economic transformation is profound. The relatively simple agricultural society of the early Zhou dynasty is giving way to a more complex economy with specialized production, interregional trade, monetary circulation, and state management of resources. This economic development makes the massive military mobilizations possible, but it also creates new forms of inequality, exploitation, and social tension. The technology of war. The Warring States period witnesses dramatic technological changes in warfare. We have already discussed crossbows, iron weapons, and lamellar armor, but the full scope of military innovation is even broader. Metallurgy and weapons. The transition from bronze to iron represents perhaps the most significant military technological change. Bronze weapons had dominated Chinese warfare for over 1,000 years, but iron offers decisive advantages. Iron ore is more abundant than the copper and tin required for bronze, making iron weapons cheaper to produce in quantity. Iron can be worked into harder, sharper edges than bronze, and iron weapons can be larger without becoming prohibitively heavy. By the late Warring States period, Chinese metalworkers have mastered sophisticated ironworking techniques. They produce cast iron weapons through high-temperature furnaces, a technology that Europe will not achieve for another 1,000 years. They also develop steel through controlled heating and quenching processes, creating blades that combine hardness at the edge with flexibility in the core, preventing shattering on impact. The famous swords of Wu and Yu, legendary for their quality, represent the pinnacle of Warring States metallurgy. Archaeological excavations have recovered bronze swords from this period that remain sharp and corrosion-resistant after more than 2,000 years, testament to the sophistication of ancient Chinese metalworking. Fortifications. Military architecture evolved dramatically. Early fortifications were relatively simple, earthen walls topped with wooden palisades. But Warring States fortifications are far more sophisticated. Walls are built using rammed earth construction, where layers of soil are compacted to create extremely solid structures. These walls are then faced with brick or stone to prevent erosion and provide smooth surfaces that are difficult to climb. The walls reach heights of 6 to 10 meters, with thickness of 4 to 6 meters at the base, tapering toward the top. Guard towers are positioned at regular intervals, providing elevated positions for observation and missile fire. Gate systems become complex, with multiple barriers, killing zones where attackers can be trapped and subjected to fire from multiple directions, and massive wooden doors reinforced with iron bands. Some states begin building linked defensive walls to protect their borders. The state of Qi builds walls along its southern border. The state of Zhao constructs walls along its northern frontier to guard against nomadic incursions. These walls are precursors to what will eventually become the Great Wall of China, though they are not yet unified into a single system. Siege warfare. As fortifications improve, siege techniques must advance to match them. States employ various siege engines and tactics. Scaling ladders. Simple but effective, allowing troops to climb walls, though this exposes them to defender fire and is extremely dangerous. Siege towers. Mobile wooden structures tall enough to overlook enemy walls, allowing attackers to shoot down at defenders and providing protected platforms from which to cross onto the walls. Battering rams. Heavy beams suspended from wooden frameworks swung repeatedly against gates or walls to break through. These are often covered with wet hides to protect against fire. Tunneling. Attackers dig tunnels under walls, then collapse them or use the tunnels to infiltrate the fortress. Defenders counter by digging their own tunnels to intercept attackers or by filling large ceramic vessels with water and burying them near walls. The water's vibrations reveal when enemy tunnels approach. Catapults and trebuchets. Engines that hurl stones, incendiary materials, or even diseased animal carcasses over walls to damage defenses and demoralize defenders. The Mohism texts from this period describe sophisticated defensive techniques, creating multiple walls so that even if one is breached, others remain, using fire attacks to destroy enemy siege engines, maintaining large stores of water to fight fires, training specialized units for different defensive tasks, and maintaining morale through fair treatment and clear communication. Naval warfare. While less central than land warfare, naval combat is practiced on China's rivers and coastal waters. States build warships ranging from small, fast attack boats to large vessels capable of carrying dozens of soldiers. Naval battles involve ramming, boarding actions, and missile exchanges. The state of Chu, with its extensive river systems in the Yangtze Valley, develops particular expertise in naval warfare. Naval forces are used to transport troops, raid coastal settlements, interdict enemy supply lines, and control strategically important waterways. Some battles are decided as much by naval superiority as by land forces. Communication and intelligence. Military operations require effective communication systems. States use signal fires to relay messages across distances. Different numbers and patterns of fires convey different messages. Flags and banners communicate on battlefields, with different colors and symbols indicating different units and commands. Drums and gongs provide audible signals that can be heard over the noise of battle. Mounted couriers carry detailed messages between commanders and between field forces and capitals. These courier systems require relay stations along major routes, with fresh horses and riders available to ensure rapid transmission. Important messages are sometimes carried by multiple couriers traveling different routes to ensure at least one copy arrives safely. Intelligence gathering becomes increasingly sophisticated. States maintain networks of spies in enemy territories, often disguised as merchants, travelers, or even defectors. They interrogate prisoners and deserters. They conduct reconnaissance using cavalry scouts. They analyze captured documents and observe enemy movements from a distance. Sun Tzu's Art of War devotes an entire chapter to the use of spies, identifying 5 types: local spies, enemy residents who provide information; inside spies, enemy officials who are bribed or coerced; double agents, enemy spies who are turned; expendable spies, fed false information that they carry to the enemy; and surviving spies who return with intelligence. The sophisticated understanding of intelligence operations reflects how critical information has become in warring states' military competition. Philosophical and cultural transformation. The constant warfare and social upheaval of the Warring States period creates conditions for unprecedented intellectual creativity. The old certainties of the Zhou dynasty feudal system have collapsed, creating fundamental questions about governance, morality, and social order. Philosophers from various schools offer competing answers to these questions, creating what later generations call the 100 schools of thought. The intellectual marketplace. Unlike previous periods when philosophical discourse was limited to the aristocracy, the Warring States period sees philosophy become a competitive enterprise. Philosophers travel between states, seeking patronage from rulers who might implement their ideas. They establish schools, attract disciples, and engage in public debates with rival thinkers. This intellectual competition is possible because the breakdown of the old order creates demand for new solutions. Rulers are desperate to understand why the Zhao system collapsed, how to make their state stronger, and how to achieve the ultimate goal of unifying all under heaven. They are willing to listen to anyone who might have answers, regardless of social background. The result is an extraordinary diversity of thought. Confucians argue for moral cultivation and ritual propriety. Legalists advocate strict laws and harsh punishments. Taoists recommend following natural patterns and practicing non-interference. Mohists promote universal love and defensive warfare. Logicians explore paradoxes of language and logic. Naturalists develop theories of cosmic cycles and elemental interactions. These are not merely abstract philosophical positions, but practical programs that states attempt to implement. When Shang Yang brings legalist reforms to Qin, the results are dramatic and measurable. Increased agricultural production, larger armies, more efficient administration, and military victories. When other states try to follow Confucian principles of virtuous rule, they often find themselves outcompeted militarily by more ruthless neighbors. The School of Names. This philosophical school, also called the Logicians, explores questions of language, logic, and epistemology. Philosophers like Gongsun Lung and Hui Shi propose paradoxes and logical puzzles that challenge common sense assumptions about reality. The most famous example is Gongsun Lung's white horse paradox, which argues that a white horse is not a horse. The reasoning goes: horse denotes a shape or form, while white denotes a color. Therefore, white horse combines both shape and color, making it a different category from horse alone, which denotes only shape. While this seems absurd at first, it raises genuine questions about how language relates to reality and how categories are constructed. These logical investigations seem far removed from practical military and political concerns, but they reflect a broader intellectual confidence and willingness to question fundamental assumptions that characterizes the age. The same critical thinking that produces logical paradoxes also produces innovations in military strategy, administrative organization, and social policy. The Naturalist School. Thinkers in this tradition develop theories about the 5 elements, or 5 phases: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. They propose that these elements follow cycles of generation and destruction, with each element producing one and being destroyed by another in a continuous cycle. Wood feeds fire. Fire creates earth, ash. Earth bears metal, ore. Metal enriches water, minerals. Water nourishes wood, plants. But also, wood parts earth. Earth absorbs water. Water quenches fire. Fire melts metal. Metal chops wood. This cosmological framework is applied to politics, medicine, agriculture, and military affairs. Rulers are associated with particular elements, and the rise and fall of dynasties are explained through these elemental cycles. While modern science rejects these theories, they represent sophisticated attempts to understand patterns and regularities in natural and social phenomena. The Agriculturalists. This relatively minor school advocates for a society based on farming, where even the ruler works in the fields alongside common people. They promote economic self-sufficiency, simplified government, and return to agricultural fundamentals. Their ideas never gain widespread political adoption, but they represent another voice in the intellectual marketplace, arguing that the warfare and complexity of the age could be resolved by returning to simpler, more egalitarian communities. The philosopher Hui Xing, an agriculturalist, famously argued that Confucian scholars were parasites who consumed food produced by farmers while contributing nothing productive themselves. This challenge to the value of scholarly work provoked responses from Confucians like Mencius, who defended the division of labor and argued that intellectual work contributes to society just as agricultural work does. The lives of common people. While our focus has been on Li Zhong, a Shi warrior scholar, the vast majority of China's population consists of peasant farmers whose lives are shaped by very different concerns. Understanding their experiences provides important context for the military and political events that dominate historical narratives. Daily peasant life. A typical peasant family lives in a small house made of rammed earth or wood with a thatched roof. The house is simple, perhaps containing 1 or 2 rooms with a packed earth floor and minimal furniture. The family sleeps on low platforms or directly on straw mats spread on the floor. Heating comes from a cooking fire and lighting from rush lights or simple oil lamps that provide barely enough illumination to move around at night. The family's life revolves around agricultural cycles that have remained essentially unchanged for centuries. Spring requires plowing and planting, back-breaking labor that must be completed within narrow windows of time when soil conditions and weather are optimal. Men guide plows pulled by oxen or water buffalo, while women and children follow behind, planting seeds and covering them with soil. Summer involves weeding, a constant battle against plants that compete with crops for nutrients and sunlight. It also requires irrigation management, ensuring that fields receive adequate water without becoming waterlogged. Peasants must protect crops from pests, insects, birds, and wild animals that can devastate harvests. Children often serve as guards, stationed in fields to chase away birds and rodents. Autumn brings the harvest, requiring all family members to work from dawn to dusk. The crops must be gathered before weather turns, and the work is exhausting. After harvesting, grain must be threshed to separate seeds from stalks, winnowed to remove chaff, and stored in ways that protect against moisture, mold, and pests. This processing takes weeks of intensive labor. Winter allows some rest, though there is always work, repairing tools and buildings, preparing for the next year, processing grain for consumption, and maintaining animals. It is also the time when the state is most likely to demand corvée labor, when men can be pulled from their farms to work on walls, roads, or other state projects without disrupting agricultural cycles. Diet and nutrition. The peasant diet is monotonous but usually adequate in normal years. The staple is grain, millet or wheat in the north, rice in the south, consumed as porridge, steamed grain, or simple breads. This provides most calories but lacks dietary diversity. Vegetables supplement the grain, grown in small gardens near the house: cabbage, radishes, onions, beans, and gourds. These provide vitamins and minerals, but often in insufficient quantities. Preserving vegetables through salting, fermentation, or drying allows them to be consumed year-round, though preserved vegetables have less nutritional value than fresh ones. Protein is scarce. Most peasant families cannot afford to slaughter livestock regularly, as animals are valuable for labor and breeding. Eggs may be available if the family keeps chickens. Fish can supplement diet for those living near water. Wild plants gathered from surrounding areas provide additional nutrition, though gathering time competes with agricultural labor. Meat is a luxury, consumed perhaps a few times per year during festivals or after successful hunts. The poor nutritional status of many peasants makes them vulnerable to disease and limits their physical development. Skeletal remains from this period show evidence of nutritional deficiencies, including stunted growth and dental problems. Insecurity and hardship. Peasant families face constant insecurity from multiple sources. Agricultural failure due to weather, pests, or disease can mean starvation. Even in good years, tax obligations and corvée labor demands may leave families with insufficient food for their own needs. Warfare brings direct threats. Armies marching through the countryside requisition supplies, often without payment. Soldiers may loot, rape, and kill civilians. Battlefields destroy crops and irrigation systems. Population conscription pulls men away from farms, leaving families unable to maintain agricultural production. Banditry flourishes in the chaos of the Warring States period. Demobilized soldiers, criminals fleeing justice, and desperate people driven to crime by poverty form bands that raid villages, stealing food, valuables, and sometimes people to sell as slaves. Local officials often lack the resources to maintain order, leaving peasants vulnerable. Disease is another constant threat. Without modern medicine, even minor infections can prove fatal. Epidemics periodically sweep through populations, killing thousands. Sanitation is primitive, water sources become contaminated, and crowded living conditions facilitate disease transmission. Despite these hardships, peasant life also contains moments of joy and meaning. Festivals mark the agricultural year, providing opportunities for celebration, religious observance, and community gathering. Weddings, births, and other life events are celebrated within the limits of family resources. Folk religion, ancestor worship, and local cults provide spiritual comfort and explanatory frameworks for life's uncertainties. Family and community. Families maintain strong kinship networks. Extended family members support each other in times of crisis, share labor during harvest, and provide care during illness. Multi-generational households are common, with grandparents, parents, and children living together. The village community functions as a collective security system. Neighbors help each other with large projects, like building houses or digging wells. They share information about threats and opportunities. They provide social pressure that enforces norms and punishes deviance. While this creates conformity and limits individual freedom, it also provides crucial support networks. Marriage arrangements reflect practical considerations. Families seek matches that will provide economic security and maintain or improve social standing. A daughter's marriage connects two families in networks of mutual obligation. Sons are valued for their labor and for continuing the family line, while daughters represent both labor and future alliance opportunities. The relationship between peasants and the state is complex and often antagonistic. Peasants produce the surplus that feeds armies and officials, yet they see little benefit from state power beyond theoretical protection from external enemies. Taxation, conscription, and corvée labor are burdens that peasants bear with resentment but little ability to resist. Local officials serve as intermediaries between the state and the population. Some are corrupt, extracting additional payments for personal profit. Others try to advocate for their districts, negotiating lower tax rates or reduced labor obligations. The quality of local governance significantly affects peasant welfare, but peasants have little ability to influence who governs them or how. Women in warring state society. Women constitute half the population, but remain largely invisible in historical records, focused on warfare and statecraft. Yet they play crucial roles that sustain society, even as constant warfare threatens to tear it apart. Economic contributions. In peasant families, women perform essential agricultural labor. While plowing is typically men's work, women participate in planting, weeding, harvesting, and processing crops. They manage household vegetable gardens, raise small animals like chickens and pigs, and gather wild plants and fuel wood from surrounding areas. Women are primarily responsible for textile production, a critical economic activity. They spin thread from plant fibers, hemp or ramie, or from silk produced by cultivated silkworms. They weave this thread into cloth on simple looms. They sew clothing for family members and produce additional cloth that can be sold or traded. In many households, women's textile production provides crucial supplemental income. These economic contributions are essential but undervalued. The Confucian emphasis on agriculture as the foundation of society tends to overlook or minimize women's work, though Mohist texts acknowledge the importance of women's labor and argue for more egalitarian social arrangements. Social status and rights. Confucian philosophy, increasingly influential during this period, emphasizes hierarchical relationships, with women subordinate to men. The three obediences dictate that women should obey their fathers before marriage, their husbands after marriage, and their sons in widowhood. This framework denies women independent legal status and subjects them to male authority throughout their lives. Marriage is arranged by families, based on practical considerations rather than romantic love. Parents negotiate matches that will maintain or improve family status, provide economic security, and create useful alliances. A bride typically moves to her husband's household, where she occupies the lowest status position until she bears sons. Producing male heirs is a woman's primary duty and the main source of her status and security. A woman who bears multiple sons achieves respect and eventually authority as a mother-in-law, but a woman who remains childless or produces only daughters faces insecurity, potential abandonment, and social stigma. Widows face particularly difficult situations. Young widows are sometimes expected to remain in their deceased husband's household, serving their in-laws and raising their children. The Confucian virtue of female chastity increasingly emphasizes that widows should not remarry, though this expectation is not yet as rigid as it will become in later dynasties. Economic necessity often forces poor widows to remarry or return to their birth families. Elite women. Women from noble families experience different circumstances than peasant women, though they remain constrained by patriarchal norms. Elite women receive some education, learning to read, write, and master cultural accomplishments, like music and painting. Some become quite learned, though their intellectual achievements are less likely to be recorded and transmitted than those of men. Historical records mention women who exercised significant informal power through their connections and intelligence. Queen dowagers, the mothers of kings, sometimes serve as regents or exercise influence over policy. Noble women participate in diplomatic marriages that cement alliances between states. Some women are known for their wisdom and are consulted on important matters. The most famous woman of the Warring States period is Queen Xuan of Qin, who served as regent during her son's minority and continued to wield influence afterward. Historical sources describe her as politically astute and ruthless, though the reliability of these accounts is questionable given ancient historians' tendency to portray powerful women as either exceptionally virtuous or dangerously ambitious. Impact of warfare. The constant warfare affects women profoundly in ways that historical records rarely acknowledge. Women lose sons, husbands, fathers, and brothers to military service. They face increased labor burdens when men are absent on campaigns. They become targets when armies raid across borders, facing violence, displacement, or enslavement. Yet women also demonstrate remarkable resilience. They maintain households and communities when men are away. They preserve and transmit cultural traditions through stories, songs, and practices taught to children. They find ways to survive and even occasionally thrive, despite the hardships imposed by endless warfare. Some women become refugees, fleeing conflict zones and seeking safety in other regions. Others are taken as slaves or concubines by victorious armies. A few disguise themselves as men to fight or to escape gender-based constraints, though such cases are rare and often end tragically. The full story of women's experiences during the Warring States period remains difficult to recover, as historical sources focus overwhelmingly on male activities and perspectives. But understanding that women constituted half the population and that their labor, suffering, and resilience were essential to society's continuation is crucial for a complete understanding of the era. Part 7. Military Campaigns and Combat Experience. The nature of Warring States battles. To fully understand Li Zhong's life as a warrior, we must examine what actual combat looked like during the Warring States period. While Li Zhong's daily routine involves training and garrison duty, his purpose is ultimately to fight, and his experiences in battle have profoundly shaped him. Warring States battles typically began with extensive maneuvering as armies sought advantageous positions. Commanders carefully selected battlefields, preferring terrain that favored their particular mix of forces. Flat, open ground favored chariots and cavalry. Hilly or forested terrain favored infantry. Rivers and fortifications created barriers that could be used defensively or offensively, depending on circumstances. Intelligence gathering preceded battle. Scouts reported on enemy numbers, dispositions, and movements. Spies within enemy camps or cities provided information about plans and morale. This intelligence was analyzed by commanders and their staff, who developed tactical plans based on their own strengths, enemy weaknesses, and terrain considerations. The scale of battles during this period could be enormous. Historical records claim armies numbering in the hundreds of thousands, though modern scholars debate whether these figures are accurate or inflated for propaganda purposes. Even accounting for possible exaggeration, Warring States battles clearly involved far more soldiers than earlier periods of Chinese history. The Battle of Chengping in 260 BCE between Qin and Zhao forces allegedly involved over 1 million soldiers combined and resulted in catastrophic casualties. While the precise numbers may be disputed, the battle's strategic importance and devastating impact on the state of Zhao are historically verified. Such massive engagements transformed warfare from ritualized combat between aristocratic warriors to industrial-scale slaughter. The chaos and horror of ancient combat. Once battle was joined, the fighting was brutal and chaotic. Modern people, accustomed to firearms warfare conducted at distance, might find the close-quarter nature of ancient combat shocking. Battles were decided by men standing within arm's reach of each other, striking with spears, swords, and axes, grappling hand-to-hand when formations broke down. The psychological stress was enormous. The noise was overwhelming. Thousands of men shouting battle cries, weapons clashing against weapons and armor, drums beating commands, horns blaring signals, wounded men screaming in pain and terror. The cacophony made communication difficult and disoriented soldiers, contributing to the fog of war that commanders struggled to penetrate. The smell was horrific, sweat from thousands of bodies in physical exertion, blood pooling on the ground and spraying from wounds, excrement released by dying men whose muscles relaxed, and the distinctive metallic scent that accompanies large-scale violence. These smells would cling to soldiers' clothing and equipment, constant reminders of what they had experienced. Visual chaos made it difficult to understand what was happening beyond one's immediate vicinity. A soldier in formation could see only the backs of men in front of him, the shoulders of men beside him, and the enemy directly to his front when formations clashed. Commanders on elevated positions or mounted on horses had better visibility, but still struggled to perceive the full battlefield situation. Dust raised by thousands of feet and hooves further obscured vision. In dry conditions, massive dust clouds could blind entire units, making coordinated movement nearly impossible. Soldiers fought half-blind, swinging weapons at shadows and sounds, sometimes striking their own comrades by mistake. Death came in many forms, each horrifying in its own way. Spear wounds. A spear thrust through armor into the body could take minutes or hours to kill as the victim bled internally or slowly suffocated if the lungs were pierced. Some men remained conscious throughout their dying, experiencing every moment of agony. Sword cuts. A sword slash across the neck or face could sever arteries, causing rapid death from blood loss. Facial wounds were particularly horrifying, as they were often survivable but left men permanently disfigured, unable to eat properly, or blind. Crossbow bolts. A bolt piercing the eye could penetrate into the brain, killing instantly. Bolts through the throat caused slow suffocation as blood filled the airways. Body shots might be survivable if armor stopped or deflected the bolt, but penetrating wounds to the torso usually proved fatal due to internal bleeding or infection. Trampling. Cavalry charges or the press of closely packed formations could knock men down, where they would be trampled by horses or crushed under the feet of other soldiers. Death by trampling was agonizing, as bones broke and internal organs were crushed while the victim remained conscious. Exhaustion and dehydration. Long battles in hot weather could kill through heat stroke or dehydration even without wounds. Men collapsed from exhaustion, unable to continue fighting, and became easy targets for enemy soldiers finishing off the fallen. The psychological aftermath. For the survivors, including Li Zhong, these experiences created trauma that modern psychology would recognize as PTSD, though the concept did not exist in ancient China. Warriors developed various coping mechanisms to deal with the psychological burden of combat. Emotional numbing. Many soldiers learned to suppress emotional responses to violence and death. This allowed them to function in combat, but sometimes left them unable to feel normal emotions in civilian life. Li Zhong experiences this to some degree. He can kill without the immediate emotional distress that would cripple an untrained person, but this comes at a cost to his inner life. Hypervigilance. Combat veterans often remain in a state of heightened alertness, constantly scanning for threats even in safe environments. This exhausting state helps in military settings, but makes relaxation difficult. Li Zhong finds it hard to truly rest, always partially aware of his surroundings and potential dangers. Intrusive memories. Traumatic combat experiences replay in soldiers' minds, often triggered by sensory experiences, sounds, smells, or sights that resemble the battlefield. Li Zhong still sometimes sees the face of the man he killed in close combat, the memory surfacing unbidden at unexpected moments. Survivor guilt. Soldiers who survive while comrades die often struggle with guilt, questioning why they lived when others did not. This can lead to feelings of unworthiness or depression. Li Zhong sometimes thinks of friends who died in battles he survived, wondering if he could have done something to save them. Dark humor. Soldiers develop gallows humor as a coping mechanism, making jokes about death, injury, and suffering that would seem inappropriate to civilians. This humor serves as emotional release and creates bonds among those who share the experience. Li Zhong and his fellow officers engage in this kind of humor regularly. Alcohol use. Many warriors drink to dull emotional pain and aid sleep. While Confucian teaching emphasizes moderation, many soldiers struggle with excessive drinking as a form of self-medication. The Garrison monitors alcohol consumption among troops, but cannot entirely prevent problem drinking. Ritual and routine. Maintaining strict routines and participating in rituals provides psychological anchors. The daily schedule of training, guard duty, and other activities gives structure that helps soldiers maintain mental stability. Li Zhong's morning and evening observances at his father's ancestral tablet serve this function. Li Zhong's first battle. Li Zhong participated in his first battle when he was 18, barely trained, serving as a common crossbowman in a force defending against an invasion from the state of Yan. The experience left an indelible mark on his psyche and remains vivid in his memory even 14 years later. The Zhao army had marched for 3 days to reach the battlefield, a river valley where Yan forces were threatening a Zhao border fortress. Li Zhong's unit was positioned on a low hill, part of a larger formation of several thousand soldiers. The plan was to use crossbow fire to weaken the Yan advance before Zhao infantry charged to drive them back. Li Zhong remembers the wait before battle as almost worse than the combat itself. Hours of standing in formation, watching the enemy army assemble across the valley, wondering if he would survive the day. His hands trembled as he checked and rechecked his equipment. His mouth was dry despite drinking water. He needed to urinate constantly from nervous tension. When the enemy finally advanced, Li Zhong's training took over. The commands were clear: draw, aim, fire. His hands loaded and shot his crossbow almost automatically, following the drills he had practiced countless times. He aimed at the mass of approaching soldiers, not at individuals. The bolt flew from his weapon, one of hundreds streaking toward the enemy. Through the dust and chaos, he saw a Yan soldier collapse, struck in the chest. Li Zhong never knew if that was his bolt or someone else's, but the image of the falling man haunted him for months afterward. That anonymous Yan soldier became, in Li Zhong's mind, a real person, someone's son, perhaps someone's father, now dead in a war neither of them had chosen. The battle raged for hours. The crossbowmen fired volley after volley. Yan forces reached the Zhao lines, and close combat erupted. Li Zhong's unit, positioned slightly back from the front, continued firing at enemy soldiers engaged with Zhao infantry. The screams of wounded and dying men filled the air. The smell of blood became overwhelming. Eventually, the Yan forces withdrew, having failed to break the Zhao defensive position. The battle was a Zhao victory, celebrated by commanders and rewarded with bonuses for the troops. But Li Zhong felt no sense of triumph, only relief at having survived and horror at what he had witnessed. That night, he was violently sick, his body's reaction to the stress and trauma. He could not eat for days afterward. Nightmares plagued his sleep. His hands continued to tremble at unexpected moments. But he was a soldier, expected to be ready for the next battle, and gradually he learned to suppress and compartmentalize these reactions. The defeat at Wei territory. Li Zhong's second major battle came 3 years later and proved far more traumatic. Zhao forces launched an offensive into Wei territory, and Li Zhong's unit was part of a larger army attempting to seize a strategically important city. The campaign went disastrously wrong. The Wei general proved to be a skilled tactician. Rather than meeting the Zhao advance in open battle, he used cavalry to harass the Zhao supply lines while withdrawing to fortified positions. The Zhao commander, eager for decisive victory, pushed his army forward despite growing supply problems. When the Zhao forces finally engaged Wei's main army, they found themselves outmaneuvered. Wei cavalry struck the Zhao flanks, while Wei infantry held strong defensive positions on elevated ground. The Zhao army found itself caught between forces in front and cavalry attacks from the side. Li Zhong's crossbow unit was positioned to provide supporting fire, but the plan collapsed within the first hour of battle. Wei cavalry broke through on the left flank, threatening to encircle the entire Zhao force. Panic spread through the ranks. Officers shouted conflicting orders. The disciplined formations that had been drilled into soldiers dissolved as units broke and fled. Li Zhong ran with them, driven by pure survival instinct. All training, all discipline, all sense of duty evaporated in the face of overwhelming fear. He dropped his crossbow to run faster. He pushed past slower soldiers, thinking only of escape. A Wei cavalryman nearly killed him, a spear thrust that glanced off his shoulder armor. If the armor had not deflected the blow, the spear would have pierced his lung and killed him within minutes. He hid in a ravine, listening to the sounds of pursuit and slaughter in the distance. Other Zhao soldiers joined him, perhaps a dozen men, all terrified, all ashamed of their flight, but glad to be alive. They spent the night in terror, expecting discovery and execution at any moment. When Li Zhong emerged the next morning and found other survivors, he learned the scale of the disaster. His unit had suffered 60% casualties, dead, wounded, or captured. Many of his friends and comrades were gone. The commanders who had led them into this disaster were mostly dead, killed in the fighting, or executed afterward by the Wei forces. This defeat profoundly changed Li Zhong. He learned that training and discipline could fail, that even professional soldiers could break under sufficient pressure, that survival sometimes depended on luck as much as skill. He also learned shame. The shame of having run, of having abandoned his post and his comrades, even though nearly everyone else had done the same. The defeat also resulted in his first promotion. So many officers had been killed that survivors were elevated to fill vacancies. Li Zhong became a squad leader, responsible for 10 men. The promotion came with increased pay and status, but also greater responsibility and the knowledge that his advancement was built on his comrades' deaths. Victory and its cost. Li Zhong's third major battle occurred 5 years ago, when he was 27. By this time, he was an experienced warrior, his earlier terror replaced by grim professionalism. He commanded 50 crossbowmen and had developed into a competent officer, respected by his men and trusted by his superiors. Yan forces launched a major raid across the border, aiming to capture territory and resources. Zhao mobilized its frontier garrisons to respond. Li Zhong's garrison contributed 200 soldiers to a combined force of several thousand that moved to intercept the Yan army. The battle took place near a river crossing that the Yan forces needed to control for their supply lines. The Zhao forces held defensive positions on high ground, with a clear field of fire and obstacles that would slow enemy advances. It was nearly an ideal tactical situation for the defenders. The battle unfolded according to plan. Yan infantry advanced up the slope towards Zhao positions. Li Zhong's crossbowmen poured fire into them, maintaining disciplined volleys that thinned the enemy ranks. Yan forces attempted several assaults but could not break the Zhao defensive line. After suffering heavy casualties, they withdrew. From a military perspective, it was a textbook victory, well planned, well executed, achieving objectives with acceptable casualties. Li Zhong's unit performed excellently, maintaining discipline throughout, firing with accuracy and coordination. The Zhao commanders praised the operation, and several officers, including Li Zhong, received commendations. But during the battle's final phase, close combat erupted when Yan soldiers attempted a desperate charge that briefly penetrated the Zhao lines. Li Zhong found himself fighting hand-to-hand with his sword, an experience quite different from the relative distance of crossbow combat. He killed a man face-to-face. Their swords locked together in a bind. Li Zhong saw an opening and drove his blade into the man's throat. Blood sprayed hot across Li Zhong's face and armor. The man's eyes widened in shock and pain. His mouth opened as if to speak, but only blood emerged. He collapsed, and Li Zhong stepped back, his hands trembling despite his victory. That moment haunts Li Zhong more than anything else in his military career. The anonymous deaths caused by his crossbow bolts are abstract, distant, but this killing was immediate and personal. He looked into a man's eyes as life faded from them. He felt the resistance of flesh and cartilage as his blade cut through the throat. He heard the gurgling, choking sounds as the man drowned in his own blood. In the days after the battle, Li Zhong struggled with intense emotional distress. He had nightmares where the dying man's face appeared, sometimes accusing him, sometimes simply staring. He developed an aversion to the smell of blood, which was problematic for a warrior. He questioned the meaning and purpose of his profession in ways he had not before. Eventually, he learned to compartmentalize this experience as he had learned to compartmentalize other traumas. He could not undo what he had done. The man was an enemy soldier trying to kill him and his comrades. In that situation, killing was necessary for survival. These rational justifications helped, though they did not entirely erase the emotional weight of having taken a life so intimately. The guerrilla war, border skirmishes. Beyond these three major battles, Li Zhong has experienced numerous smaller engagements, border skirmishes, anti-bandit operations, and patrol encounters. These smaller actions may not receive historical recognition, but they are equally dangerous and contribute to the constant stress of military life. Ambush encounters. While on patrol, Li Zhong's unit has been ambushed several times by raiders or enemy scouts. These sudden, violent encounters, emerging from apparent calm, create intense stress. One moment, soldiers are marching along a road. The next, arrows and crossbow bolts are flying from concealed positions. The ability to react quickly, to form defensive positions under fire, separates trained soldiers from conscripts and often determines who survives. Village raids. Li Zhong has participated in operations against bandit camps and villages suspected of supporting enemy forces. These operations often blur the line between military action and atrocity. How does one distinguish between bandits and desperate peasants, between enemy collaborators and innocent civilians coerced by circumstances? Li Zhong struggles with these moral ambiguities, but ultimately follows orders, knowing that questioning commands too vocally can result in punishment. Prisoner executions. After battles and raids, prisoners are taken. High-ranking prisoners might be held for ransom or intelligence, but common soldiers face grim fates. Li Zhong has witnessed mass executions of prisoners, justified by commanders as necessary to prevent prisoners from rejoining enemy forces and as warnings to discourage future resistance. These executions, while militarily rational, disturb Li Zhong's Confucian-influenced sense of humanity and proper conduct. Reconnaissance missions. Li Zhong has led long-range patrols deep into contested territories, gathering intelligence on enemy movements and positions. These missions involve days of careful movement through potentially hostile territory, constant vigilance against detection, and the stress of knowing that capture would likely mean torture and execution. The psychological strain of reconnaissance operations, while less dramatic than battle, accumulates over time. The wider strategic picture. Li Zhong's combat experiences are individual episodes in the vast military conflicts that define the Warring States period. To understand their significance, we must place them in broader strategic context. The state of Zhao faces a precarious strategic position. Located in northern China, Zhao borders multiple potential enemies. To the west lies Qin, the rising superpower of the age. Qin's legalist reforms have created a military juggernaut that grows stronger with each passing decade. Qin's ultimate goal is clear: the conquest of all other states and the unification of China under Qin rule. Zhao is one of the few states capable of seriously resisting Qin, but the balance of power is shifting against them. To the northeast lies Yan, a persistent threat. While Yan is not as powerful as Qin, it regularly raids Zhao's northern borders, seeking to capture territory and resources. The constant low-level conflict with Yan drains Zhao's military resources and prevents full focus on the Qin threat. Nomadic tribes on the northern frontier pose another challenge. These pastoral peoples, living beyond the reach of Chinese state control, periodically raid Chinese territories for plunder. King Wu Ling of Zhao's reforms, including the adoption of nomadic cavalry tactics and clothing, were specifically designed to better defend against these incursions. To the south, states like Wei and Han are potential enemies or allies, depending on shifting diplomatic circumstances. Warring states' politics are characterized by constantly changing alliances, temporary coalitions formed to resist threats, and betrayals when opportunities arise. Zhao must maintain vigilant diplomacy to avoid being isolated and surrounded by hostile states. The battles Li Zhong has fought are small pieces of this larger strategic puzzle. The Yan invasion he helped repel was part of Yan's effort to weaken Zhao's northern defenses. The disastrous Wei campaign was an attempt by Zhao to secure its southern flank. The defensive victory against Yan raiders protected the agricultural territories that feed Zhao's armies. Famous battles of the era. While Li Zhong has not participated in the most famous battles of the Warring States period, he is aware of them through reports and discussions among officers. These legendary engagements illustrate the scale and stakes of warfare during this period. The Battle of Guiling, 353 BCE. Wei forces besieged the capital of Zhao. Qi sent an army to relieve Zhao, but rather than attacking Wei forces at Zhao's capital, the Qi commander, Sun Bin, marched on Wei's capital. Wei forces withdrew from Zhao to defend their homeland, and Qi ambushed them at Guiling, inflicting a crushing defeat. This battle demonstrated the strategic principle of attacking enemy weaknesses rather than confronting enemy strength directly. The Battle of Maling, 342 BCE, Wei again faced Qi forces. Sun Bin lured the Wei army into a narrow valley by leaving false evidence of desertion from the Qi army, making it appear that Qi forces were disintegrating. When Wei forces pursued eagerly, they entered a killing zone where Qi crossbowmen had prepared ambush positions. The Wei commander was killed, and Wei suffered catastrophic casualties. This battle illustrated the importance of deception and psychological warfare. The Battle of Chengping, 260 BCE, the most devastating battle of the Warring States period between Qin and Zhao. Zhao's experienced general was replaced by an inexperienced commander through Qin political manipulation. The new Zhao commander fell into Qin's trap, allowing his army to be surrounded and starved into submission. After the Zhao army surrendered, the Qin general Bai Qi allegedly ordered the execution of 400,000 Zhao soldiers, though modern scholars question whether this number is accurate. Whether or not the casualty figures are precise, the Battle of Chongping was a catastrophe for Zhao, eliminating much of its military manpower and leaving it vulnerable to eventual conquest by Qin. The battle's legacy includes debates about the ethics of mass execution of prisoners, the importance of choosing competent commanders, and the devastating costs of strategic mistakes. Military innovation and adaptation. The Warring States period is characterized by rapid military innovation as states compete to develop tactical and technological advantages. Li Zhong has witnessed or heard about many of these innovations. Cavalry tactics. The adoption of cavalry by states like Zhao transformed warfare. Cavalry provided mobility, striking power, and flexibility that chariots could not match. Learning to coordinate cavalry with infantry and crossbow units required new tactical doctrines and extensive training. Crossbow improvements. Crossbow technology continued to advance, with more powerful bows, more reliable trigger mechanisms, and improved ammunition. States experimented with different crossbow types for different purposes: heavy crossbows for fortress defense, lighter models for field use, repeating crossbows that could fire multiple bolts in rapid succession. Combined arms tactics. Successful armies learned to coordinate different types of troops, infantry, cavalry, crossbowmen, and specialized units into integrated forces. The ability to shift between defensive and offensive formations, to cover retreats with missile fire, to use cavalry for flanking while infantry held the center, these combined arms tactics separated effective armies from mediocre ones. Siege warfare advances. As fortifications improved, siege techniques evolved to match. Mobile siege towers, battering rams, tunneling operations, and trebuchets became standard equipment for major sieges. Specialist engineers who understood siegecraft became valued military assets. Logistics and supply systems. Perhaps the most important innovation was in logistics. States that could reliably supply large armies over long campaigns gained decisive advantages. This required sophisticated administrative systems, supply depots, transportation networks, and contracts with merchants to provide goods. The human cost, statistics and stories. Modern scholars estimate that millions died during the Warring States period, whether directly in combat, from war-related famines and diseases, or from the general breakdown of social order. While exact figures are impossible to determine, the scale of death was unprecedented in Chinese history up to that point. Behind these statistics are individual stories, like Li Zhong's, soldiers who survived multiple battles but carried psychological scars, men who were killed in anonymous circumstances and never received proper burials, families that lost fathers and sons to military service, villages that were destroyed in raids and never recovered. The trauma was not limited to combat participants. Civilians who lived through the era experienced fear, displacement, loss, and suffering. Children grew up in constant insecurity. Women lost male family members and faced increased vulnerability. The elderly saw their world of relative stability transform into chaos and violence. Yet humans are remarkably resilient. People found ways to continue living, to find moments of joy and meaning, to maintain hope for better futures. Li Zhong, despite his traumas, continues to function effectively as a soldier and officer. He maintains relationships, studies classical texts, practices his arts, and finds satisfaction in competent performance of his duties. This resilience should not minimize the genuine suffering experienced by millions. Rather, it demonstrates the complex nature of human psychology. We can endure terrible experiences while also maintaining our humanity. We can be both victims and agents. We can suffer trauma while also building meaning and connections that make life worth living. Part 8. The Legacy and Historical Significance. The end of the Warring States period. Li Zhong's story is fictional, but it represents the experiences of hundreds of thousands of real Shi warriors who lived during the Warring States period. To understand the significance of their lives and the world they inhabited, we must examine how this era ended and what legacy it left for Chinese civilization. The Warring States period concluded in 221 BCE, when the state of Qin, under King Zheng, completed its conquest of all rival states and unified China. This unification was the culmination of decades of Qin military expansion, driven by the legalist reforms we have discussed and by a series of brilliant generals and administrators who built Qin into an unstoppable military machine. The final decades of the Warring States period saw Qin systematically eliminate its rivals. 230 BCE, Conquest of Han. The smallest and weakest of the 7 warring states, Han fell first. Its absorption demonstrated Qin's strategy of attacking the weakest targets first, preventing coalitions from forming effectively. 228 BCE, Conquest of Zhao. After the catastrophic losses at the Battle of Chongping in 260 BCE, Zhao never fully recovered. Despite producing brilliant generals like Li Mu, who defeated Qin forces multiple times, internal political intrigue and resource exhaustion eventually led to Zhao's fall. Li Zhong's garrison, if he lived until this time, would have faced the choice of surrender or death in hopeless resistance. 225 BCE, conquest of Wei. Wei, once one of the most powerful states, fell after Qin diverted the Yellow River to flood its capital. This engineering feat demonstrated Qin's willingness to use any means necessary for victory. 223 BCE, conquest of Chu. Despite being the largest state geographically, Chu fell to massive Qin armies led by the general Wang Jian. The conquest required Qin to mobilize 600,000 soldiers, nearly its entire military capacity. 222 BCE, conquest of Yan. Yan had attempted to assassinate the king years earlier, ensuring that Qin would show no mercy. Yan's defeat was inevitable once its more powerful neighbors had fallen. 221 BCE, conquest of Qi. The last independent state, Qi surrendered without significant resistance, recognizing that resistance was futile. With this final conquest, King Zheng proclaimed himself King Shi Huangdi, the first emperor of Qin. The first emperor's reforms. King Zheng, now calling himself the first emperor, implemented a program of dramatic centralization and standardization that would reshape Chinese civilization. These reforms were both the culmination of trends that had been developing throughout the Warring States period and a radical break with traditional patterns. Political centralization. The first emperor abolished the feudal system entirely. No longer would territories be granted to nobles who ruled semi-independently. Instead, China was divided into commanderies and counties administered by appointed officials who served at the emperor's pleasure and could be removed or transferred at will. This created the bureaucratic state structure that would characterize Chinese governance for 2 millennia. Standardization. The emperor ordered standardization of weights, measures, currency, and even the axle width of carts so that existing ruts in roads could be used by all vehicles. Most dramatically, he standardized the writing system, requiring that all official documents use the same character forms. This created linguistic unity across the empire, even as spoken languages remained diverse. Legal reforms. Qin law was extended across the entire empire with its characteristic harshness and detailed regulation. The mutual surveillance systems developed in Qin were imposed on conquered territories, creating a surveillance state where neighbors were required to report each other's violations. Infrastructure projects. The emperor launched massive construction projects, roads connecting the capital to distant provinces, canal systems linking major rivers, and most famously, the linking and extension of defensive walls into what would eventually become the Great Wall of China. These projects required mobilizing millions of workers through corvée labor, creating resentment, but also establishing infrastructure that benefited subsequent dynasties. Weapons confiscation. To prevent rebellion, the emperor ordered confiscation of weapons from civilians throughout the empire. These weapons were melted down to create 12 massive bronze statues placed in the capital, symbols of the emperor's power and the futility of resistance. Intellectual suppression. Perhaps most controversially, the emperor ordered the burning of books that criticized his policies or preserved historical records that might provide alternative visions of governance. Confucian scholars who protested were allegedly buried alive, hundreds according to historical accounts, though modern scholars debate the accuracy of these numbers. This burning of books and burying of scholars became notorious in Chinese history as an example of tyrannical government. These reforms achieved their immediate goal of consolidating power, but they created lasting resentment. The population groaned under the burden of taxation, corvée labor, and harsh legal punishments. The old aristocracy resented the loss of status and privileges. Scholars mourned the destruction of texts and suppression of intellectual freedom. The rapid collapse of Qin. When the first emperor died in 210 BCE, his dynasty quickly collapsed under the weight of its own oppression. The emperor's death was kept secret for weeks while his chief ministers conspired to manipulate the succession. The designated heir was murdered, and a weaker son was placed on the throne as a puppet. Almost immediately, revolts erupted across China. The initial rebellions were led by former aristocrats from conquered states seeking to restore their kingdoms. But peasant revolts soon joined the chaos, with desperate people rising against the crushing burdens imposed by the Qin state. The most famous peasant rebel leader was Li Zhong, a man of humble origins who had served as a low-level official under Qin. Through a combination of military skill, political acumen, and willingness to ally with various factions, Li Zhong eventually emerged victorious from the civil wars that followed Qin's collapse. In 206 BCE, Li Zhong proclaimed himself emperor, founding the Han dynasty. The Han would rule China for over 400 years, with a brief interruption, establishing patterns of governance and culture that defined Chinese civilization for subsequent millennia. The Han synthesis, learning from both Qin and earlier traditions. The Han emperors learned from Qin's mistakes. They recognized that Qin's legalist system was effective at mobilizing resources and ultimately unsustainable because it generated too much resentment. They needed a governing ideology that provided moral legitimacy while maintaining administrative efficiency. The solution was a synthesis of legalist methods and Confucian ideology. Emperor Wu of Han, R. 141 to 87 BCE, officially adopted Confucianism as the state ideology, while maintaining legalistic administrative structures in practice. This created a system that combined Confucian moral rhetoric. The emperor ruled through virtuous example and moral authority. Officials were expected to be educated in Confucian classics and to embody Confucian virtues. This provided ideological legitimacy and cultural continuity with pre-Qin traditions. Legalist administrative efficiency. Behind the Confucian facade, the actual mechanisms of government retained legalist characteristics: centralized bureaucracy, merit-based appointments, eventually formalized through the examination system, detailed record-keeping, and clear legal codes. Balanced policies. The Han reduced some of Qin's harshest measures. Tax rates were lowered, corvée labor demands were moderated, and legal punishments became less draconian. This reduced popular resentment while maintaining state capacity to mobilize resources when necessary. This synthesis proved remarkably durable. The basic structure, Confucian ideology combined with bureaucratic efficiency, would characterize Chinese imperial government until the early 20th century, a period of over 2,000 years. While specific dynasties rose and fell, the fundamental governing model established by the Han remained surprisingly consistent. The Shi class in later Chinese history. The Shi class that Li Zhong represented underwent dramatic transformation in the centuries following the Warring States period. The military dimension of Shi identity gradually diminished as professional standing armies replaced the citizen soldier model. Increasingly, Shi came to refer primarily to scholars and officials rather than warriors. The rise of the scholar official. During the Han dynasty, the examination system began to develop, though it would not reach full maturity until the Sui and Tang dynasties centuries later. This system allowed men to enter government service through success in examinations testing knowledge of Confucian classics. The Shi class became primarily defined by education and scholarly achievement rather than martial prowess or noble birth. This transformation created the scholar official class, or literati, that dominated Chinese government and society for 2,000 years. These scholar officials saw themselves as inheritors of the Shi tradition, though their martial skills were largely ornamental. They practiced calligraphy rather than swordsmanship, wrote poetry rather than military treatises, and emphasized civil virtues over military ones. The examination system. The imperial examination system, fully developed by the Tang dynasty, institutionalized the transformation of the Shi class. To become an official, one had to pass a series of increasingly difficult examinations, testing knowledge of Confucian classics, ability to write essays in prescribed formats, and sometimes practical administrative skills. This system created unprecedented social mobility. In theory, any male, women were excluded, could study the classics and attempt the examinations, potentially rising from peasant origins to high office. In practice, the years of study required meant that most successful candidates came from families wealthy enough to support non-productive sons, but the system was more meritocratic than most other pre-modern governing systems. The examination system shaped Chinese culture profoundly. It created a shared literary culture among the educated elite, emphasized memorization and textual analysis, and generated tremendous respect for education and scholarly achievement. But it also had drawbacks. It encouraged conformity to orthodox interpretations, devalued practical and technical skills, and sometimes produced officials who were better at writing elegant essays than administering provinces. Military professionalization. As the Shi class became primarily scholarly, military functions were increasingly filled by professional soldiers who were not expected to possess scholarly education. This created a division between the civil and military spheres that had not existed during the Warring States period, when Li Zhong embodied both aspects. Professional soldiers came to occupy a lower social status than scholar officials, despite their military importance. The saying, "good iron is not used for nails, good men are not used for soldiers," reflected this devaluation of military service. However, during periods of crisis and foreign invasion, military men could rise to prominence, and some dynasties, particularly the Tang, maintained traditions of martial cultivation among the elite. The ideal of Wen-Wu unity. Despite the practical division between civil and military roles, the ideal of combining Wen, cultural accomplishments, and Wu, martial prowess, never entirely disappeared. Throughout Chinese history, some officials and scholars maintained martial traditions, and periods of crisis often saw literati taking up arms to defend their communities or dynasties. The Ming Dynasty, 1368 to 1644 CE, saw a revival of interest in martial arts among the literati, with scholars practicing swordsplay and studying military classics alongside their civil education. The late Qing Dynasty, 19th century, produced officials like Zhang Gofan, who combined scholarly credentials with military leadership in fighting the Taiping Rebellion. The legacy of the Shi warrior scholar, embodied by Li Zhong, persisted as a cultural ideal even when social reality diverged from it. The concept that a complete person should possess both intellectual cultivation and physical discipline, both moral virtue and practical effectiveness, remained influential in Chinese thought. Heading: Comparison with Japanese samurai. The Japanese samurai class, which developed centuries after the Chinese Shi, shows interesting parallels and differences. Both were warrior classes that emphasized honor, loyalty, and cultivation beyond mere military skill. Both eventually developed sophisticated cultural traditions, but significant differences emerged from different historical traditions. Similarities. Both emphasized personal honor and loyalty to superiors. Both developed codes of conduct, Bushido for samurai, Confucian ethics for Shi. Both practiced literary and artistic pursuits alongside martial training. Both served as administrative as well as military elites. Differences. Samurai retained their martial identity and social dominance much longer than Chinese Shi, remaining the military elite until the Meiji Restoration in 1868. Samurai culture developed more elaborate ritualization of death and suicide, seppuku, while Chinese culture generally emphasized preserving life. The Chinese examination system eventually allowed more social mobility than the hereditary samurai system. Chinese scholar officers wielded more political power relative to military men than was typically the case in feudal Japan. These differences reflect broader distinctions between Chinese and Japanese political and social development. China's earlier centralization and bureaucratization reduced the independence of military elites, while Japan's feudal system persisted longer, maintaining the samurai's privileged position. Heading: Material culture and archaeological evidence. Much of what we know about the Warring States period comes from archaeological discoveries that have revolutionized our understanding of this era. These material remains ground our understanding in concrete reality rather than textual abstraction. Heading: the Terracotta Army. The most famous archaeological discovery is the Terracotta Army discovered near Xi'an in 1974, the burial complex of the first emperor. This massive excavation has revealed thousands of life-size terracotta soldiers, horses, and chariots, providing unprecedented detail about Qin military organization, equipment, and appearance. The terracotta warriors display remarkable diversity in facial features, hairstyles, and expressions, suggesting they were modeled on actual soldiers. Their armor shows the range of equipment types we have discussed: lamellar cuirasses in various configurations, different helmet styles, and evidence of the weapons they once carried. While the actual metal weapons were looted in antiquity, bronze weapons discovered at the site show sophisticated metallurgical techniques and impressive standardization. Examination of the terracotta figures reveals details about military organization. Different units can be distinguished by uniform variations, officer figures display different armor and postures, and the arrangement of figures suggests tactical formations. This archaeological evidence confirms and enriches our understanding of warring states' military practices. Tomb discoveries. Hundreds of warring states' tombs have been excavated, yielding weapons, armor, household items, and art that illuminate Ethereal culture. We can see actual examples of the swords, crossbows, and armor that Li Zhong and his contemporaries used. We can examine the food remains that show what people ate, the clothing fragments that reveal what they wore, and the household items that demonstrate how they lived. One particularly important discovery is the Marquis Yi of Zhang tomb, excavated in 1978 in Hubei province. This elaborate tomb contained over 15,000 items, including bronze vessels, musical instruments, including a massive set of bronze bells, weapons, and wooden artifacts. The preservation is so good that scholars can see details of construction techniques, artistic styles, and even read bamboo strip texts that were included in the burial. Bamboo and silk texts. Numerous warring states and early Han texts written on bamboo strips or silk have been discovered in tombs where the anaerobic conditions preserved organic materials. These texts often provide versions of classical works that differ from transmitted versions, revealing how texts changed over centuries of copying. They also include previously unknown texts, military manuals, medical treatises, philosophical works, and administrative documents. The Gudionne bamboo slips, discovered in 1993, included early versions of Taoist and Confucian texts that are helping scholars understand how these philosophical traditions developed. The Mawangdui silk manuscripts, discovered in 1973, included medical texts, maps, and astronomical charts that reveal the sophistication of warring states' science and technology. Poignant individual remains. Some discoveries are particularly moving in their human immediacy. Graves of young soldiers, sometimes identified by their military equipment and sometimes showing battle wounds that killed them, represent Li Zhong's comrades and enemies, men who lived and died in the conflicts that define their era. Their remains remind us that history consists not just of great events and famous figures, but of countless individual lives, most of whose stories are forever lost. One excavation revealed a mass grave containing remains of dozens of young men, all showing signs of violent death, likely executed prisoners from a battle. The archaeological evidence confirms the historical accounts of mass executions that characterized warring states' warfare. These anonymous dead represent the human cost of the period's violence. Philosophical and cultural continuities. The philosophical systems that emerged during the Warring States period have shaped Chinese thought and culture to the present day, extending their influence far beyond the historical moment of their creation. Confucianism's enduring influence. Confucianism became the dominant ideology of the imperial system, providing both moral legitimacy and practical governing principles. The concepts that Confucius and his followers developed, filial piety, ritual propriety, benevolent governance, moral cultivation through education, remain influential in contemporary Chinese society and throughout East Asia. The emphasis on education, respect for teachers, strong family bonds, and social harmony over individual autonomy that characterize many East Asian societies today can be traced directly to Confucian influence. While modern Chinese society has undergone tremendous changes, particularly during the 20th century when Confucianism was explicitly rejected by communist ideology, Confucian values continue to shape attitudes and behaviors in subtle ways. Taoism's cultural presence. Taoism developed into both a philosophy and a religion, with Taoist temples, priests, and practices becoming integral parts of Chinese cultural life. Taoist ideas about naturalness, spontaneity, and harmony with cosmic patterns influenced Chinese art, medicine, martial arts, and personal cultivation practices. The concepts of yin and yang, the 5 elements, and qi, vital energy, that pervade traditional Chinese medicine, feng shui, martial arts, and other practices derive partly from Taoist traditions that emerged during the Warring States period. Taoist philosophy continues to attract interest in modern times, particularly its emphasis on naturalness and its critique of excessive ambition and complexity. Legalism's shadow. While legalism has never again been officially embraced as comprehensively as during the Qin dynasty, its influence persisted in more subtle ways. The administrative techniques, legal frameworks, and political philosophies developed by legalist thinkers were adapted and integrated into later political systems, coexisting with Confucian moral rhetoric. Modern scholars note that Chinese imperial government always contained legalist elements beneath its Confucian surface. The combination of harsh laws for common people and moral expectations for the elite, the emphasis on state power over individual rights, and the use of mutual surveillance and collective punishment all reflect legalist influence. In modern China, some scholars and political figures have explicitly revived interest in legalism, arguing that its emphasis on strong state power and efficient administration is appropriate for contemporary challenges. This revival is controversial, given legalism's historical association with authoritarian government, but it demonstrates the continuing relevance of warring states' philosophical debates. The intellectual pluralism. Perhaps the most important legacy of the Warring States period is the demonstration that fundamental questions about governance, ethics, and human nature can be approached from multiple perspectives. The intellectual pluralism of the era, the sense that these questions require serious philosophical engagement rather than simple acceptance of tradition, established a tradition of scholarly discourse that persisted throughout Chinese history. While specific dynasties sometimes suppressed heterodox views, the memory of the 100 schools of thought provided an example of an earlier age when diverse viewpoints competed freely. Reformers and critics throughout Chinese history could point to the Warring States period as evidence that intellectual diversity had ancient precedent and legitimate standing. Lessons and reflections for the modern world. What can modern people learn from studying the life of a Shi warrior like Li Zhong and the world he inhabited? Several themes seem particularly relevant to contemporary concerns. The integration of multiple forms of excellence. Li Zhong is expected to be both a competent warrior and an educated scholar. This holistic approach to human development, the idea that a complete person requires cultivation in multiple domains, offers an alternative to modern tendencies toward excessive specialization. In contemporary society, we often treat intellectual development and physical cultivation as separate, sometimes even opposed activities. Scholars are stereotyped as physically weak, while athletes are sometimes assumed to lack intellectual depth. The Shi ideal suggests that humans can and should develop themselves comprehensively, combining physical prowess, intellectual cultivation, moral character, and practical competence. This integration has practical benefits. Physical exercise enhances cognitive function, intellectual understanding can improve physical performance, moral cultivation provides purpose and direction. The Shi model, adapted to contemporary circumstances, might inspire more balanced approaches to education and personal development. The importance of ritual and structure. Li Zhong's daily routines, his ritual observances, his study of classics, all provide psychological anchors that help him endure the stress and uncertainty of military life. In our modern world, where traditional structures have weakened, we might benefit from similar practices that provide continuity and meaning. The contemporary interest in meditation, mindfulness, and daily routines reflect a search for the kind of structure that traditional societies provided through ritual. Understanding how people like Li Zhong used ritual and routine to maintain psychological stability might inform modern approaches to mental health and resilience. The moral complexity of violence. Li Zhong is not a simple hero or villain, but a human being caught in circumstances beyond his control, trying to act honorably while participating in a system of organized violence. His struggles with philosophical questions about virtue, duty, and survival reflect enduring human dilemmas about how to live ethically in imperfect circumstances. Military personnel in all eras face similar moral complexities: the tension between duty and conscience, the difficulty of distinguishing legitimate violence from atrocity, the psychological burden of having killed other human beings. Li Zhong's experiences and his attempts to find meaning and maintain moral standards despite the violence surrounding him offer insights into these timeless challenges. The relationship between individual lives and historical forces. Li Zhong's personal experiences are shaped by massive political, economic, and social processes: the breakdown of feudalism, the rise of bureaucratic states, technological change, philosophical ferment. Yet he is not merely a passive victim of these forces, but an agent who makes choices, forms relationships, and creates meaning within the constraints he faces. This relationship between individual agency and structural forces remains relevant today. Modern people live in a world shaped by globalization, technology change, climate crisis, and geopolitical competition, forces that seem beyond individual control. Yet, like Li Zhong, we make choices within these constraints, and those choices matter both for our own lives and in aggregate for historical outcomes. The danger of unrestrained power competition. The Warring States period shows what happens when competing powers pursue dominance without constraint: endless warfare, massive suffering, economic devastation, and moral degradation. The eventual unification under Qin brought peace, but at terrible cost, and the harshness of Qin rule led to its rapid collapse. In our contemporary world, competition between nations, corporations, and ideological movements sometimes takes forms reminiscent of warring states competition. The challenge of finding paths to cooperation and peaceful resolution of conflicts while maintaining necessary defenses remains as difficult today as it was in ancient China. The Warring States period provides a cautionary example of what can happen when competition becomes all-consuming. Human resilience and the capacity for meaning. Throughout this exploration of Li Zhong's day and the world he inhabited, we have seen the human cost of the events we describe: battles that killed thousands, policies that oppressed millions, trauma that damaged countless individuals. Yet we have also seen human resilience. Li Zhong continues to function, find meaning, maintain relationships, and pursue cultivation despite his traumas. This resilience should not minimize the genuine suffering experienced by millions. Rather, it demonstrates the complex nature of human psychology. We can endure terrible experiences while also maintaining our humanity. We can be both victims and agents. We can suffer trauma while also building meaning and connections that make life worth living. This understanding might help modern people facing their own challenges, individual or collective. The human cost, remembering the forgotten. Behind every battle, every political decision, every philosophical debate of the Warring States period, real people suffered and died. Families were torn apart, children orphaned, women widowed, communities destroyed. The casualty figures, even if we divide the reported numbers by 10, are staggering. Conservative modern estimates suggest that millions died during the Warring States period, whether directly in combat, from war-related famines and diseases, or from the breakdown of social order. Those who survived often carried physical and psychological wounds. Li Zhong's scarred shoulder, his nightmares, his complex relationship with violence represent common experiences for warriors throughout history. The peasants who endured armies marching through their fields, officials who managed impossible demands from superiors, women who held families together when men were away, all bore costs that rarely appear in history books. We study the Warring States period for its philosophical contributions, its political innovations, its role in creating unified China. These are legitimate and important reasons. But we should also remember the human cost, the suffering of millions whose names we will never know, whose stories are lost to time, whose deaths contributed nothing to the philosophical insights or political developments that we study. In honoring Li Zhong's story, fictional though it is, we honor all those whose lives and choices, whose sufferings and achievements, whose hopes and fears created the world we have inherited. Their stories deserve to be told, imagined, and remembered, not because they were heroic or exceptional, but because they were human. And humanity, in all its complexity, is what history is ultimately about. Conclusion: the day ends, the story continues. We have followed Li Zhong through a single day in his life as a Shi warrior during the Warring States period of ancient China. From his pre-dawn awakening through his training, administrative duties, scholarly pursuits, and evening rest, we have seen how his daily routine combines martial discipline with intellectual cultivation, reflects the social hierarchies and philosophical tensions of his era, and demonstrates both the constraints and possibilities available to a mid-ranking military officer in this turbulent period. But this is just one day. Li Zhong's life continues, as does the history that shapes it. Tomorrow, he will rise again to similar routines, variations on the patterns we have observed. But the larger historical forces are in motion, moving toward the eventual unification of China under Qin. We do not know what happens to Li Zhong. Perhaps he survives the remaining decades of warfare, retires from military service, and lives out his days on a small land grant earned through his service. Perhaps he falls in one of the countless battles to come, another anonymous casualty of history. Perhaps he achieves great distinction, rising to high rank and earning a place in the historical record. Most likely, he is forgotten, one of millions whose names and stories are lost to time. What we do know is that men like Li Zhong, the warrior scholars of the Shi Class, played crucial roles in one of history's most transformative eras. Their military service made possible both the destruction of the old feudal order and the eventual creation of the first unified Chinese empire. Their educational cultivation preserved and transmitted the cultural and philosophical traditions that shaped Chinese civilization for millennia. The Warring States period ended, but its legacy continues. The administrative systems, philosophical traditions, military technologies, and social structures that emerged during this era established patterns that persisted throughout Chinese imperial history and influence Chinese society today. Understanding this period helps us understand not only ancient China, but also how societies transform under pressure, how warfare drives innovation, how intellectual creativity flourishes amidst chaos, and how human beings find meaning and maintain humanity in the most difficult circumstances. Li Zhong's day, with its combination of routine and significance, discipline and reflection, violence and culture, captures something essential about the human condition. We are all caught between forces larger than ourselves, yet we retain the capacity to choose how we respond, to create meaning from our circumstances, and to leave some mark, however small, on the world and the people around us. As the night deepens in the garrison where Li Zhong sleeps, we might imagine similar scenes playing out across China. Thousands of soldiers sleeping in garrison beds, peasants resting after agricultural labor, officials reviewing documents by lamplight, scholars debating philosophy, children dreaming of futures they cannot imagine. All of these lives, intercepting and diverging, ordinary and extraordinary, collectively create the tapestry of history that we study and try to understand. The sun will rise tomorrow, as it always does, and the daily cycle will begin again. For Li Zhong and his contemporaries, tomorrow brings more training, more duty, and the constant uncertainty of what fate has in store. For us, looking back across more than 2 millennia, tomorrow has already happened, and we know how the story ends. But knowing the ending does not diminish the value of understanding the journey, the countless individual days that accumulated into years, decades, centuries of history. In studying Li Zhong's day, we honor not just him, but all those whose lives and choices, whose sufferings and achievements, whose hopes and fears created the world we have inherited. Their stories deserve to be told, imagined, and remembered, not because they were heroic or exceptional, but because they were human. And humanity, in all its complexity, is what history is ultimately about.